Yankees Red Sox next.
And man, guys, thank you, and welcome to Fenway Park here in Boston for the final game of this series between the Red Sox and their arch rivals, the New York Yankees. In the lineup, healthy is Dustin Pedroia after fouling the ball hard just above his left ankle last night. He's been such a huge force for the Red Sox this year, and maybe the hottest hitter in baseball right now. Such a huge force for the Yankees recently. Alfonso Soriano is in there as the Yankees try to win this series tonight. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. It has been a circus-like atmosphere, to say the least, surrounding Alex Rodriguez and the New York Yankees recently. All of the biogenesis allegations, and more recently, all of the mudslinging between Arod's camp, the Yankees, Major League Baseball, a story that is far from over. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Boston. Dan Shulman, Kurt Schilling, John Kruk with you. This is a big story. It's one that isn't going to go away. Is this a big distraction for the New York Yankees?
It's not to the players. All the players care about is wins and losses, and if Alex Rodriguez can help them win, then it's not a distraction. If he quits answering questions with the media and then it lies on his teammates to answer for him, then it becomes a distraction. Alex has to stand up, answer the questions, and play good baseball and try to help this team win. The players could care less what else is going on with him.
It seems, though, off the field, like almost every day, there are some new developments. Let's go down to Buster Olney for the latest.
That's right, Dan. It's official. Alex Rodriguez is no longer on speaking terms with the Yankees front office. General Manager Brian Cashman told reporters earlier today he's not comfortable speaking with Rodriguez because the possibility of a looming lawsuit. Now, Joe Girardi, the Yankees manager, has a different perspective on this. He said it's my job to manage Rodriguez as a player, and he thinks Rodriguez as a player has been pretty good. He says from his
some work to do if they're going to make the playoffs, some ground to make up in the East and the wild card race. For the Red Sox, as you can see, it's been a great season. From last place last year to first place right now. And I know as a pitcher, Kurt, you would admire a team that really grinds out at bats.
Well, I do. They're second in the big leagues in home runs, eighth in the American League, or second in the big league in runs, eighth in the American League in home runs, which is not traditional Boston. They're a team that usually mashes the ball out of the park, works pitches, works deep in the count. These are the numbers, the sabermetricians, the new age baseball that matter. First in the on-base percentage, first in walks, first in pitches faced, which means they're getting to the underbelly of pitching staffs, that middle relief core, faster than everybody else. You're facing the team's worst pitchers in the 5th and 6th inning instead of the 7th and 8th, and that's a big difference.
They got Hiroki Kuroda out of the game of the 6th inning yesterday. They'll try to do the same, have some success against CC Sabathia tonight. The Red Sox will send Ryan Dempster to the mound as he looks to be the Yankees for the first time in his Major League career. Alex Rodriguez is in there, batting 5th. Yankees, Red Sox next.
How was your day? Did you ask Mr. Scudolero for that promotion? Dinner's on the table, smothered burritos.
Sometimes it's good to get smothered. Smothered in enchilada sauce and melted cheese, Taco Bell's new smothered burrito is smothered in everything you love.
Alert! The beach on your TV is much closer than it appears. Go and smell the roses!
Dive into Labor Day with up to 50% off hotels at Travelocity.
Back in 1966, Irv Gordon bought a Volvo P1800 and started driving. And nearly 3 million miles later, he's still going. So this summer, we want to help you start logging some miles in a Volvo of your own. Right now, when you buy or lease any 2013 Volvo, we'll pick up the first 3 payments. Get going. You've got some time to make up. Pay nothing for 3 months when you lease a 2013 Volvo S60 for $279 a month.
Do you know where your beer is brewed? With 12 breweries spread all across the United States, your next Budweiser is closer than you think. You might even say we're America's largest local brewer, meaning that Bud in your hand is all but guaranteed to be one of the freshest beers at the bar. Discover everything it takes to make your beer a Budweiser at trackyourbud.com.
We play for our city, for our family, our nation, to believe in the sacrifice, to be a part of history, to walk off with no regrets.
you had $1 for every dollar car insurance companies say they'll save you by switching, you'd have like a ton of dollars. But how are they saving you those dollars? A lot of companies might answer or no comment. Then there's Esurance, born online, raised by technology, and majors in efficiency. So whatever they save, you save. Hassle, time, paperwork, hair tearing out, and yes, especially dollars. Esurance, now backed by Allstate. Click or call.
Attention parents and grandparents of young children. Gerber Life is accepting applications for their affordable Grow-Up Plan. The Grow-Up Plan gives your child $10,000 in whole life insurance protection now, then doubles automatically to $20,000 later at no extra cost. Free information will be sent to parents and grandparents who call now. Help give your child a head start for just pennies a day. Don't wait. Call now for free information.
Call 1-800-523-3104. Call now.
Welcome back to Fenway Park in Boston. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, the Yankees and the Red Sox. And Joe Girardi's Yankees 8.5 back in the East, 6.5 back in the wild card race. Got some work to do to get it back in things, but they have shown signs, scoring a lot of runs recently as they have gotten some of their regulars back and have added Alfonso Soriano, who's had a historic week, really. 15 hits, 5 homers, and 18 RBIs in his last 5 games. Alex Rodriguez so far in this series against the Red Sox, a couple of base hits, a couple of walks, a run scored. He has struck out once. He is hitting .279 with a homer so far since rejoining the Yankees this season. On the mound, a cagey veteran, Kurt, and Ryan Dempster.
Well, when you look at the Yankee lineup he's going against tonight, Soriano's 18 RBIs happened on 5 home runs, means a lot of guys are getting on in front of him. Top of this lineup, he needs to work efficiently, keep them off the bases.
He is coming off a win in Toronto in his last start. A well-pitched game, excuse me, a no decision. They won in extra innings, but a very good outing. 7 innings, just 1 run on 4 hits in his last start 5 days ago in Toronto. Brett Gardner trying to bunt his way aboard, drops it down foul. Gardner having a good season for the Yankees. Has been one of the unsung reasons, probably has not gotten enough credit for the season he's had at rookie. With so many guys out of the lineup and so many unfamiliar names in there, he's been one of the steadier things about the Yankees.
Yeah, he's been the one you can, him and Cano are the two that as you can really count on this season. They're the guys who've been in there for the most games. They played the most, and he has really become a guy that Joe Girardi can count on a leadoff spot. You remember the last couple of years he would hit leadoff against righties, 8th or 9th against lefties. This year he's just throwing him out there for everyone and saying, go get him.
And takes called strike 2 from Dempster. Gardner, Ichiro, and Cano here in the first inning for the Yankees. The Yankees victorious on Friday night in the opening game of this series, winning 10-3. The Red Sox won yesterday 6-1. That's a foul ball. Kurt, what's a key tonight for Ryan Dempster to be successful?
Oh, getting ahead. This is a lineup a lot like the Red Sox lineup. They like to run pitch counts up, but as I said earlier, Soriano's driven in 18 runs because the guys ahead of him are getting on base. 18 of the 22 home runs Dempster's given up this year have been solo shots, which they don't generally beat you.
Unless you give up a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And he gets him for out number 1.
He starts him out fastball away, gives him a slider split, then he comes back with a fastball. He had him looking for that slider on the hands. If you look at the way he swung, his waist goes outside and the bat goes the other way. He was looking for something in right there.
Now Ichiro. Ichiro hitting .271 on the season, closing in on an interesting milestone, one that's getting some attention here, way more attention in Japan. as Ichiro is closing in on 4,000 hits as a professional.
Something that Crucky and I have been talking about with both these pitchers tonight. He's thrown 6 pitches tonight. He's used all 4 of his pitches within those first 6 pitches, which is, that's the challenge against these lineups, is you have to break out all your stuff right from the get-go.
Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike.
I just don't know how anyone can have a book on Ichiro. He does everything fundamentally wrong in the batter's box, but yet the barrel gets to the ball, and he hits line drives all over the field.
So let me ask you a question. We were talking a little bit about this before the game off the air. Let's say Ichiro started in the majors at age 20 instead of spending, I think it was 8 years in Japan and then coming over here. Would he be on the verge of 4,000 hits as a big leaguer?
He probably would be, but the concern you have is when you bring players over from a foreign country, how do they adapt? Can they adapt quickly? You remember when he came over, he was more mature than a 20-year-old would be. And you see a lot. Kurt has seen a lot. I've seen a lot of guys in minor leagues who are exceptionally talented who can't handle being away from home and being in a foreign country playing baseball. At 20, how do we know if he could have handled that? And
I think there's a dramatic difference with Asian players, everyday players, and pitchers. I think there's a dramatic difference in work habits and the way the game is for those 2 sets of players.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean by
that? Well, the pitchers in Japan throwing a lot is a badge of honor. Right. It's a big thing. It's important. It's almost the opposite of over here. They don't save and rest their kid. They overwork them because it's seen as something to take pride in. So they come over here with these habits that don't translate to the major leagues. All of the throwing, it doesn't work in a big league schedule.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Dempster.
I just strike out 27.
You know, it's a funny thing about him as we take another look at the pitch. Relatively late in his career, Kurt, he's striking out guys at a very high rate.
Well, we'll talk about this. So that's his Vulcan changeup. That's his changeup. Good downward bite in the zone. He's having to use it all. And Ichiro's a guy who doesn't strike out a lot. So you've got to mix and match. It was a real good 2-strike pitch. You watch the ball coming out. He's got a grip that's just very different. Good down bite.
What's unusual about the grip?
I've seen it one time in my career. He actually splits his middle fingers to throw the ball, and I guess the only way to put it is if I did that, I would hit a mascot or a fan somewhere. No, that's more of a traditional split grip there. He throws 2 different ones. He throws one where he splits his middle 4 fingers. He throws the ball between them, which is, well, again, I've never seen anybody but him and Randy Tomlin, the guy that threw for the Pirates, do it.
Cano rips the ball up the alley in right center field. And is into second base with a 2-out double.
He could still strike out 27, but he wasn't going to get Robinson Cano. I mean, here's the pitch sequence. Sorry, a fastball, he's trying to come in. This is the same thing he did against Gardner. He came in, then tried to go away. Once he got 2-0, you can't throw it. I don't care what it is. Fastball, split, changeup. So if you're looking in a zone like Cano was, he was looking middle in, trying to hit one out. He got that pitch middle in and hit that double in the gap, and now the world's hottest hitter is up.
Alfonso Soriano in his last 5 games. 15 for 22, 5 home runs, and 18 runs driven in. Only the 3rd player in history to put up that many hits, homers, and RBIs in a 5-game stretch, joining Willie Horton, who did it for the Tigers, and Steve Finley, who did it for the Diamondbacks.
And that's what Dempster has to do right there. He has to throw balls that do not end up in the strike zone.
And they talked about Soriano being more selective, and he is, but you know, in this situation, he knows what his numbers are. He knows how many RBIs he's driven in. He's going to be over aggressive, and Dempster can't throw him a strike.
Breaking ball bounces away from Saltalamacchia. Cano to third. Meanwhile, and there's already been some booing, even when Alex Rodriguez came out in the on-deck circle. They started getting on him here at Fenway Park, as they have the entire weekend.
Well, they always save their special Fenway welcome for him.
At least on the outside, it appears that Alex Rodriguez is dealing with it, managing, playing baseball, but so much swirling around him right now. As Dempster misses up and away ball 2. So many extra media, so many questions being asked.
The only place he can't get asked a question unless it's by an umpire about something is on the field. Everywhere else he goes home and watches TV. Any sports channel's talking about Alex.
Soriano asking Brian O'Nora about the strike zone as that changeup winds up in there for strike 2.
One of the harder working umpires in the game, Brian O'Nora.
Found one you liked?
I like a lot of them. I like guys like he works hard.
Drew it short, inning over. Dempster gets out of it. Cano stranded at third. No score going to the bottom of the first. CC Sabathia to the mound for the Yankees when we come back.
Now use your MasterCard at any restaurant. MasterCard will make a donation to Stand Up to Cancer.
Hey, guys. I just want to thank you for standing up to cancer. Okay, I gotta go. What time do you guys close?
6:30.
Ah! Girls, thank you for standing up to cancer. Thank you for standing up to cancer.
Standing with those who stand up to cancer.
Pretty sweaty.
Priceless. Spend $10 or more with your MasterCard when you dine out, and MasterCard will donate up to $4 million to Stand Up to Cancer, one precious cent at a time.
He did. Check this out. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Man, you can really rock out. Is your neck okay?
For a limited time, buy a Samsung Galaxy S4 and get a Galaxy Tab 2 or Note 8 for $199.99.
For decades, beaches looked the same until one man changed summers forever with a pair of scissors, creating the bikini. Creative thinking goes into everything we build. This is the Mazda way. So at the Mazda New Model Celebration, you'll find our newest models, not closeouts. With our latest technology, innovations, and bold designs. See your Mazda dealer today. See the all-new revolutionary Mazda 3 in dealerships this month. What do you drive?
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Mas. And in part by Travelocity. The world is waiting. Go and smell the roses. And Volvo. In Schulman, John Kruk, Kurt Schilling sitting in for All Hershiser this week. Bulldogs in Williamsport, the Little League World Series. Buster Olney here as well, of course. Fenway Park in Boston, the Yankees and the Red Sox as we go to the bottom of the first. Time to show you the Red Sox lineup tonight, presented by Taco Bell. Dustin Pedroia, who started the first few years of his career, couldn't buy a base hit off CC Sabathia. Now he's tearing them up over the last 3 years, better than a 500 clip. And David Ortiz having a terrific season. Another home run yesterday, leading the Red Sox in batting average, home runs, and RBIs, facing a guy, Kurt, trying to figure it out a little more than he's had to in the past. CC Sabathia.
No, this is a different pitcher. He can still win in the big leagues. I thought early in the year he had it very much figured out. He's gone through a real rough stretch here. This is what happens when you start to lose that 98, 99, and you become a 91 to 93 pitcher. He doesn't have the ability to make hitters swing and miss like he used to, and it's showing in his pitch counts and not being able to get into the 7th and 8th.
Jacoby Ellsbury leads it off for the Red Sox. The center fielder hitting just a couple of ticks below 300 and leading the major leagues in stolen bases with 44. He's been caught only 4 times. And what a difference a year makes for the Red Sox to have Ellsbury, Pedroia, and Ortiz largely healthy last year, after all 3 of them dealt with fairly to severely significant injuries last year. One of the big reasons why they're second in the majors in runs per game this year, behind only the Tigers, and they're barely behind the Tigers. John Farrell first year as manager of the Red Sox, and sees his team in first place right now, 73-52, a game and a half up on Tampa Bay. The Rays winning today, getting a walk-off home run from Jose Lobaton to beat the Blue Jays. So the Rays are right there, just a game and a half back.
And that's the pitch right there, Dan, that Joe Girardi told us. If his sinker and changeup are working, and he's not cutting across his fastball, and he's cut across a couple in this at bat to Ellsbury.
And doesn't get a borderline call. Sabathia walked a career high tying 6 on Tuesday against the Angels, although he did get the win, and he walks the leadoff man here tonight. And immediately the cat and mouse game will begin with a major league leader in stolen bases at first base.
And it's what Kirk talked about in the open. He's thrown 5 pitches in the Red Sox, and Ellsbury's on first base without having to swing. They just don't swing at bad pitches or borderline pitches until they have to swing.
Shane Victorino. Victorino's been bothered by a sore right hamstring recently. He would be hitting right-handed tonight anyways, obviously against Sabathia, but he's been hitting right-handed exclusively lately, even against right-handed pitchers, as he feels more comfortable batting from that side of the plate. In for a strike, 1-1. Brian Butterfield flashing the signs down at third base. Ball 2. With a lineup like this, Kurt, you played for a team that took a lot of pitches when you played in Boston. Do they have guys that's their MO, or is it something they emphasize to make guys play like?
It is something they value in rookie ball. It's something you come to the big leagues understanding the value of the importance of an at bat is to be on first base. Doesn't matter how you do it.
Under the glove of Nunez into left field, a base hit.
After walking Ellsbury, Victorino had to think that, yeah, he has to throw me a fastball somewhere over the center of the plate. He hits that ball right past Nunez, and that's because he has to cheat towards second base because of the speed of Ellsbury in case he gets a steal. That's, you know, if you're going in the clubhouse after the game, you're thinking Ellsbury for that single.
So an early jam here for Sabathia in the first, 2 on, nobody out. Now the heart and soul of the Red Sox, Dustin Pedroia, shows bunt, takes a strike. Pedroia scuffling a little bit lately, but still hitting .292 on the season. Has missed only 1 game all year. When he fouled that ball off his left ankle, just above his left ankle yesterday, looked like it might be serious. Stayed in the game for a while, came out for the last inning, but back in there tonight. And as we showed you off the top of the show, a guy who's torn up Sabathia in the last 3 years. Little looper caught by Soriano out in shallow left center for out number 1.
One of the things when you lose your fastball is getting command of the ball in. When you go in, you have to be tight. He did. He got in on a fastball hitter. Very hard to do that. Petey was probably looking more out, middle out, trying to move a ball into that hole on the right side or in the shallow right. CeCe made a good pitch.
And that's a pitch up, too, that Pedroia usually hammers. And that just tells you that he had to be looking at, you know, some other location other than up and in.
Yeah, he knows it.
Real happy about that, isn't he?
Now Ortiz, 4th in the American League in batting at .325. Full shift playing him to pull, but Nunez still on the shortstop side of the bag, and Arod not that far from third.
Yeah,
because Ellsbury's
you can't really have a full shift with the speed of Ellsbury on second base. Alex Rodriguez has to respect the stolen base and stay closer to third. It opens up a big hole, though, between third and short Ortiz, and you saw the first pitch was a slider away.
Fastball away for a strike, 1-1. And now Nunez wants a little clarification here from Sabathia.
Yeah, he forgot the signs.
Yankees still without Derek Jeter, still on the DL, this time nursing the calf injury. At one point, it sounded like there was a possibility Jeter could be back as early as Tuesday. He's actually eligible to come off the DL today. Joe Girardi telling us pregame that Tuesday doesn't look likely, that Jeter really hasn't run the bases, turned corners yet, and he's still got some baseball activities in front of him before he's ready to rejoin the Yankees. High above Fenway Park here as the Yankees and Red Sox meet. They've got another 3-game series here in this ballpark in September. And the Yankees need every win they could muster if they're going to get back into contention. I guess right on the edge of contention right now. They're 8.5 out in the East. They're 6.5 out in the wild card. Well, they've got a number of teams that they've got to pass if they're going to get back into that wild card race. Tampa Bay and Oakland currently holding down the wild card spots. And Baltimore, Cleveland, and Kansas City are all ahead of the Yankees as well.
The only reason I don't think it's going to happen, I don't think Boston, Tampa Bay, I don't think they're going to be able to lose out.
One thing the Yankees have going for them, I guess, they've got a ton of games, within their own division still coming. And Baltimore and Tampa Bay are two of the teams they're trying to chase down. Johnny Gomes waiting on deck for the Red Sox. Another hitter's count. We talk about grinding out at bats, deep pitch counts. Here's Sabathia at 16. He's got 1 out.
And this is what happens. You could throw 6 scoreless. He might do it, but it's going to take 122 pitches to do it at this pace.
Does it wear on you mentally as much as physically?
It's hard. These games are different. This is an event. This isn't a game. The Yankee Red Sox, it's just different. And it's mentally taxing as much as physically.
We talked about it off the top of the show. The Red Sox are about as patient as any team in baseball. Only the Twins see more pitches per plate appearance than the Red Sox do. That's not just taking pitches. That's doing what Ortiz is doing here, spoiling pitches.
Well, this is the difference in CC's bat. His ability to make you swing and miss has diminished, and this is where it plays itself out.
Ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So the Red Sox with a big-time threat against Sabathia here in the very first inning.
And if numbers mean anything to you, that's their 210th walk after they have 2 strikes on them. That's knowing the strike zone and being very patient as a hitter. And I mean, you could see there once Ortiz got 2 strikes, he was trying to hit the ball hard into the outfield, but he was trying to hit it hard to left field in the outfield. He wasn't pulling off trying to hit a home run to right or trying to hit a double down the right field line. He was trying to stay inside the ball, and so he didn't swing and miss.
Now Johnny Gomes, left fielder, getting most of his time against lefties. He's not up there trying to hit one the other way.
Well, you know what, John Farrell
been here for half the season.
John Farrell and Terry Francona used to play a game when they were coaching together. They'd pick a guy before every game who was going to homer, and I guarantee you tonight on this setup that this is the guy Farrell took in the home run pool.
More balls than strikes so far from Sabathia. miles an hour in there for strike 2. You can already see from Sabathia the sweat he's worked up here in this very first inning. He's thrown 20 pitches already.
I mean, he's max effort almost every pitch right now because he's in such a jam. And yeah, you know, even though the Yankees are scoring a little more runs with Soriano, they're still not an offensive juggernaut. And he knows if he lets a big inning go in the first inning, this game could be over.
Now back our way.
I used to say I had three shots. I could go to the well 3 times. This is a go to the well situation. You didn't want to have to do your first one in the first inning.
Calling Chris Stewart out for a chat. Jacoby Ellsbury led off the inning by walking Shane Victorino with a base hit under the glove of Eduardo Nunez into left field, and then David Ortiz, after a long at bat, battled, walked. The bases are loaded with a 1 out. Sabathia facing Gomes. Struck. Ichiro back. Ellsbury will tag and coming to score easily, and Victorino on to third as the Red Sox have the lead.
If you're the Red Sox right here, if you don't get another run in this inning, you might think it is a bad thing, but they're going to be 25 pitches. He's going to be 25 pitches deep if he can manage to get out of this inning quickly, which just still makes it a win.
First and third, 2 down, a run in for the catcher Jared Saltalamacchia. 267, 10 homers, 32 doubles on the season. Up the middle and through, a base hit. Victorino will score. 2-0 Red Sox.
Well, we talked about the patience of the Red Sox, but the patience also is, as Larry Rothschild comes out to talk to CeCe, the patience is also knowing what pitch is coming and not laying off a pitch right down the middle. That's a changeup that just stayed up in the strike zone, and Saltalamacchia does what he should. He hits a line drive up the middle because he's not fooled by the pitch because it was elevated.
He came into the game tonight. He's allowed more first pitch hits, 35 coming tonight, than anybody in the league. And that tells you, from a stuff perspective, hitters are coming up to the plate and reacting to him very differently than they used to.
If people have the misconception that being patient means taking strikes, you know, taking a first pitch strike or taking the first pitch regardless. But, you know, you can also work up a pitch count by hitting that first pitch for a double somewhere. That'll get him working.
2 on, 2 out, 2 in for the Red Sox here in the first, and this is Daniel Nava at first base tonight. Mike Napoli's got a sore left heel, plantar fasciitis, so he's down for a few days. And Nava, who plays a lot of the outfield as well, steps in, hitting .292, 10 homers. And he's among the league leaders in on-base percentage, .378 on the season, in the top 10 in the American League. Ryan Honora's going to walk a new ball onto CeCe Sabathia with a message as well.
Well, you saw the catcher, I think, got a little bit of that ball or something there. So that's the umpire. Brian Honora is a very good umpire, very hard-working umpire. He's giving the catcher a few minutes to get some feeling back in the fingertips.
Gonna brush the plate off as well. Yep.
Yep.
Well, I'll keep saying I'm just glad I was left-handed. The perfect candidate to be a
I was going to say, no disrespect, but as a righty with your body type, they might have stuck you back there till you proved you couldn't do it. You wouldn't have wanted to at all?
No.
No? Schilling bouncing in splitters that are coming up and hitting you all over the place.
He'd have been fun to catch. He hit locations. There's others who would have been a nightmare.
And the inning is over. But a long, tough inning for Sabathia. The Red Sox get a couple. Alex Rodriguez will hear it as he leads off the second.
You don't want to miss this.
Kendrick Lamar! Tune in every Tuesday night, 10 on the East, 7 on the West, right here on Access TV. We are out of here.
Let's compare sports on Dish and DirecTV. DirecTV has every football game every Sunday. Plus, MLB Extra Innings, Yes Network, MSG, SNY, Sportsnet, Goal TV, and interactive mix channels with bonus coverage of all of the golf and tennis majors. And Dish has none of these. The most sports programming. Another reason 30 million people agree. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
A man and his truck, and a broken fence, and a lost calf, and the heart to search for as long as it takes, and the truck that lets him search for as long as it takes. The all-new Chevy Silverado, the most fuel-efficient V8 in a pickup, strong for all the roads ahead.
It's been a common theme for Alex Rodriguez here at Fenway Park, and is sure to continue in all visiting ballparks the rest of the season as he hears a whole lot of booing from the fans here at Fenway. The occasional supporter, but not many seemingly in his corner right now.
Now batting for New York, the third baseman, number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Boys, what do you think?
It was interesting. Yeah, that was. People waiting to see where this one is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. Yeah, you generally don't miss behind a hitter unless you're trying to throw at the hitter. I'm guessing he probably had expected something like that at some point.
Well, this is the first time we've seen something like this since Alex Rodriguez returned, and I think we can say with some certainty what the intent was after Dempster hit him on the 3-0 pitch. Joe Girardi livid. Ryan Dempster did not get tossed out of the game. Warnings were issued to both sides by Brian O'Nora. So Girardi's gone. Arod down at first base. Dempster stays. What'd you think, guys?
As intentional as it gets.
Yeah.
And this is the deal. The first pitch is behind him. Okay, I'm sending a message. I don't like what you stand for. And then he throws 2 more inside, and then the 3-0 pitch, he throws one, not up at his head, hit him in the elbow guard and then in the ribs. But to me, it's ridiculous. You had your chance the first pitch to send a message. Don't send it on the 4th one. And look, I know they warned both teams. But if I'm CC Sabathia, I'm sending a message back because I'm not a fan of what just happened right there by Ryan Dempster.
Even though he'll get tossed. CC will get tossed.
Well, I think there's going to be a time.
Yeah.
There'll be a time. Either that or they have someone designated in the bullpen as their designated hitter that's going to come in and drill someone, because you just can't have that in this game. I think there should have been a warning well before the 4th pitch was thrown.
Well, umpires were given the leeway to eject on their own call. That was intentional. That's what you were supposed to do, is eject the pitcher and the manager for doing
it. Bigger picture than just should he have been tossed or not. We have one player hitting another player.
Right.
Because of what that other player is alleged to have done and the impact he's had on baseball as a whole, for lack of a better term. I mean, this is a little bit unusual.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You knew this was going to happen. At some point, I just didn't know when.
Yes, we did. We kind of anticipated it would happen. But the man threw 4 pitches, 1 behind him, and then 2 in off the plate, and then he hits him on a 3-0 pitch. You sent your warning the first pitch you throw it behind him. If you didn't hit him with the first pitch, then go on with the at-bat like it's any other at-bat.
Two and two the count on Curtis Granderson.
And now here's the thing. If one gets away from CC and hits one of the left-handed hitters for the Red Sox, CC's going to get ejected. And that to me, here's the thing I think. If you think it's intentional, and he's warned both teams, so obviously he did, I believe that the other team who hasn't done anything yet gets 1 shot. It's only fair. You're taking a weapon now away from CC Sabathia.
Under the glove of Nava down the right field line. Arod will make the turn and head to 3rd, and Granderson safely into 2nd base.
I think, I think what you've done right here, you've given some momentum. You've definitely given a little different incentive, and you don't want to wake that sleeping giant.
And Joe Girardi, as you can see, I mean, he lost it on Brian O'Nora.
And he had every right to. He absolutely should have.
So Arod at 3rd, Granderson at 2nd. And there's a base hit into left center for Eduardo Nunez. Rodriguez scores, Granderson to 3rd, and the Yankees are on the board, trailing 2-1.
I've been in games like this where I was on the mound, being either asked to do something or being pushed to do something like that. A situation called for it. What you don't want to do is lose sight of what you're trying to do, which is win the game.
This is Alex Rodriguez's 12th game since returning, but this is the first time we have seen a pitcher go after him with this kind of intent. Seemingly go after him with this kind of intent.
I think you can. I'll comfortably
drop the seemingly.
I'll comfortably remove the seemingly.
I'm deferring to you.
Everything about that was intentional.
And if it you can go on and on, but if it did he go after any other guys who have been suspended last year? He's played pitch against Toronto. Did he go after Melky Cabrera? No, this is not Alex Rodriguez.
The tough part for me, I know Ryan Dempster was thinking about that warming up for this ball game. He knew he was going to do it, and it was thinking about that when he walked onto the mound for that first inning.
So is the issue you guys have that he did it at all, or that he continued to try to do it after he didn't hit him with the first pitch?
I think the first pitch he sent the message.
Yeah.
I think once you send the message, it's over. You had your shot. You had your shot. You didn't hit him. You threw it behind him. Okay, go on with the at bat.
Lyle Overbet. Granderson tags, and the throw comes into second base. The Yankees have tied it.
There's some luck here right now in the sense that Ryan Dempster puts 8 innings on his bullpen if Brandon Nora does what he should have done, which is ejected. And these guys are a game and a half up trying to get to the postseason. That would have been a huge mistake.
But as you say, the next piece of the puzzle potentially involves CC Sabathia. Whether there's a response on his part after warnings have been issued.
I guarantee if there wasn't a response,
I'm having a hard time seeing him not react. I think he's going to do it. No one CC.
That's what I mean. If there wasn't a warning given, you know what the response was going to be.
But because there have been,
he has to be careful.
Chris Stewart pops it up in foul territory. 2 down. Well, you just have the feeling something will happen. It always does surrounding that man.
We look back on the history of this rivalry. There's always something. And it generally involves a pitcher hitting a batter on the other team.
Top of the order, Brett Gardner.
I'm shocked he didn't get ejected. I really am.
Baffling is what that is.
You know, and nobody knows for sure really how the Yankees feel about Alex Rodriguez. Players on other teams have spoken out loudly about him, and whether the Yankees are glad to have him back, tolerate his presence, whatever the case may be. But this could rally them around him a little bit. Right?
It doesn't matter how he's your teammate. You're all wearing the same uniform. There's one thing to do to react to that.
Yeah, you might not go to dinner with him after the game, but you'll fight for him on the field during it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you better.
And my guess is we'll see at least one emptying of the benches and bullpens again tonight. At least one.
Runner goes. And into second base is Nunez with a stolen base.
This is something that could fuel a team. I mean, this is. Yeah, I just don't understand why you would pick that time in the second inning, the leadoff hitter in the second inning, after your team just scored 2 runs, to do something like that.
Well, but
it doesn't matter if it's Arod or not. I mean, you know, he was going to bat again.
Right. That's the thing. That for me, if you're going to settle a personal vendetta, which that was for him, that's fine. Take your spot, because winning the game has to be the priority over everything else.
But again, if he'd hit him with the first pitch, is the situation different?
I don't know that anybody reacts differently. I think Joe Girardi had a much better case after the 4th pitch.
Yes.
But I still think he had a very strong case after the first pitch.
Now, do you think the second and third pitches he tried to hit him and just missed again with those two?
I don't know. He went in. I didn't think he went in. He went in kind of half-heartedly. So, but the 4th one was clearly intent.
So it's 3-0. I'm probably going to walk him anyways. I may as well hit him.
Absolutely.
Either that or he's made a great adjustment, because he hasn't thrown one in the right-handed hitter's batter's box since.
Yankees, after Arod hit by a pitch, have rallied to tie it here in the second. Runner at second, 2 down, 3-0 count on Gardner. Green light for Gardner. Inning over. Sabathia back to the mound. Let's see what happens. The Yankees have tied it, and it began with Alex Rodriguez getting drilled on a 3-0 pitch by Ryan Dempster. Benches, bullpens emptied briefly. Joe Girardi ejected. The rivalry continues, and Arod's right in the middle again.
Immense conformity protocol. Simulation is beauty. Compliance is security. Engage vehicle distribution.
It's in your pocket.
Level 5. Conformity construct offline.
Luxury never felt so liberating. Introducing the all-new Infiniti Q50.
Getting together to do some good. Priceless. Spend $10 or more with your MasterCard when you dine out, and MasterCard will donate up to $4 million to Stand Up to Cancer, one precious cent at a time.
Manny being unemployed. Yes, I did pay for that haircut.
Entire ad on the big screen out there in Chinese.
Oberman premieres August 26th at 11 on ESPN2.
Tie game, bottom of the second. Arod drilled by Dempster. Sabathia facing Stephen Drew. And in there with a strike. So perhaps if there is to be retaliation, because warnings have been given and Sabathia doesn't want to get tossed out of the game, perhaps it will come later on, if at all.
I'm picking Ortiz for that lottery.
Next time up, or later in the game if the situation's all right?
I'm going to go with next time up.
Really? So CeCe's going to get himself tossed in this game.
You know what I'm looking at? I mean, we're 8.5 back.
Yeah.
I don't think you have anything to lose and everything to gain.
Great stop by Overbay for out number 1. What about you, Crucky? You picking Ortiz or nobody?
Someone in a Red Sox uniform, I think, has to. How do you not?
Do the Ortizes of the world, you know, the alpha male on each team, right away when something happens, do they go, oh, man?
I don't know if right away, but I know that after not hitting the first hitter that inning, I know Ortiz is thinking, okay, I think I'm probably going to be the guy.
Will Middlebrooks. Middlebrooks sent down to the minors a couple of months ago after swinging the bat very poorly. Has come back swinging the bat much better. As Dempster towels off in the dugout. 2-2 game, bottom of the second. Middlebrooks 10 for 23 since returning. Make it 10 for 24 after Arod ranges to his left. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV. Sold out Fenway Park in Boston. Final game of the series between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and already a lot of excitement here tonight. 2-2 tie, bottom of the second. Back to the top of the order for Boston, Jacoby Ellsbury, who walked and scored in the first.
Here's the other guy, Dan. This is 2 outs, nobody on. This could be the other shot.
I don't think he risked it this
I don't
early.
either, but this is the other guy, I think. 2 outs, nobody on.
Now, if a breaking ball should get away and hit a batter, we all shouldn't lose our minds here.
No.
O'Nora wouldn't toss him out.
No. I've seen some bad umpires actually do that, but yeah, no.
I just think the game means too much to the Yankees, and if he does it, I think it's got to be late in the game if he's comfortably in front.
That's why I think they wait, and believe me, I think there's someone in the bullpen. Every team has one who's that designated. You know, you're warming up because the first guy you're going to drill.
Who generally throws north of 95 with some questionable control issues.
So Tony Pena there, the acting manager after Joe Girardi tossed out. Just outside, Sabathia 2 steps toward the third base dugout.
What it's done too, what Ryan Dempster's done, he's made his hitters uncomfortable because you have a feeling someone's going to get hit, you just don't know when. And that could be the game CC's playing. He's going to bide his time and wait.
And the inning is over. A good one for Sabathia. End of 2 at Fenway. Ryan Dempster back to the mound at a 2-2 tie.
In the world's most watched city, 500,000 cameras know your every move.
This is a major incident.
Now, the largest terrorist attack in the country's history has exposed a conspiracy.
He was a double agent.
The government will do anything to hide.
We're being watched.
From the producers of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
What the hell have you got yourself into?
On August 28th, the only way out is to find the truth. Closed Circuit. Rated R.
What does a man who spent the last 16 years of his life wearing a helmet know about great hair? I think the answer to that question is clear.
Clear Men with mint, ginseng, and tea tree feeds the scalp for great flake-free hair.
He once parallel parked a train. His 2 cents is worth $37 and change. It has never been his bad. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink, Peter. But when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
So I walked into that dealer's office. You know what I walked out with? A new Passat, 0% APR, 60 months, done and done. In that driveway is a German-engineered piece of awesome that I got for 0% APR.
Good one, Dad.
Thank you, Dalton.
It's the car you won't stop talking about, ever. Hurry into the Volkswagen Best Thing Ever event and get 0% APR for 60 months now until September 3rd. That's the power of German engineering.
Yeah, just another mild-mannered game between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Ryan Dempster sending a message to Alex Rodriguez right now on the scoreboard. It is 2-all in the top of the third. Let's update you. Adnan Burke and Barry Larkin are at Baseball Tonight studios. The Jays and Rays, Edwin Encarnacion deep and gone.
Edwin Encarnacion having another great season. His 31st homer on the year. And Jose Lobaton, I tell you, his second walk-off game-winning hit.
Give him some ice cream. Dan, over to you.
All right, Adnan, thank you. Tampa Bay just a game and a half back of Boston, starting a series tomorrow in Baltimore. The Yankees host the Blue Jays for a doubleheader on Tuesday. Boston will head to the West Coast tomorrow morning. They'll sleep in their own beds tonight, fly tomorrow to San Francisco, and play the Giants in San Francisco tomorrow night, starting a tough week. 3 in San Francisco with no off day on the travel, and then 3 against the Dodgers, and that will be our Sunday night game 1 week from tonight. The Red Sox and the Dodgers, and I know this is hard to believe, guys. The Dodgers lost it for just the 9th time in their last 51 games. They lost 3-2 to the Phillies.
And congratulations to Ryan Sandberg, his first win as a major league manager. Didn't know if he was ever going to get a run scored for him, much less a win, but he got one. And it just might be a little hiccup for the old Dodgers.
42-9 in their last 51 games. At 50 games, 42-8. That was the best streak any team had had in 70 years.
You know you're going good when a hiccup is 1 loss.
Yeah. Jam shot and foul it off by Ichiro. They were 32-40, and since then they're 40-9. A 10-game winning streak snapped today. Yasiel Puig, one of the many reasons why the Dodgers have been the best team in baseball over the last couple of months. Sometimes you have a team that goes on a great streak, but then, I I mean, they hit a wall and they settled back a little bit.
What was it, 85 when the Tigers went 35-5 to start the
84.
season? 84.
Yeah.
I mean, that division was over in May. For them to do that this run this late in the year, to me, is the most surprising thing.
Arizona won today.
I think Kershaw, Greinke, Ryu, there's going to be no long losing streak for them, I don't think. And you have to remember, you know, when Puig came up and Hanley came back from injury and they started hitting, but you know, it's also kind of coincided when Greinke came back and settled that rotation down. And when Kenley Jansen moved into the closer role.
When you hear Mattingly talk about their offense, he talks about Adrian Gonzalez as one of their potential MVPs. This is why I hated facing Ichiro Suzuki. He's in his second at bat. He's seen 14 pitches in 2 at bats. Such a and he might make another out, but it's going to take me 15 an innings worth of pitches to get him out twice.
Two things. Why would you swing at that pitch? And how did he hit it? And there was at no point where that pitch you could think that's going to break enough to be a strike.
This was never going to be a ball. But it's, you know what, that honestly is that.
And then he does that. Wow. Oh, he's amazing.
The athletic ability there is just breathtaking.
Well, that's the split that did nothing but stay up in the air, and Suzuki thought, well, that's got to break down. But here's the beauty part. How, I guess it is all hand-eye coordination because feet have nothing to do with it. Look at the footwork. I mean, that's like a softball player slapping right there, and that swing too. But what, 3,900 how many?
96 between Japan and the majors.
Seems to have worked for him. I don't think I'd change a thing.
And he can still run a little bit too. He's got 17 steals and 20 attempts this year. So Dempster will have to be aware. The last 13 base stealers who have tried to steal a base with Dempster on the mound, actually make it 14 with Nunez tonight, have been successful.
That used to be something in this series. You had 3 or 4 guys to get in 40 homers. So slowing the running game down was never a factor. With the way they're structured offensively now, it becomes a much more important piece to the puzzle.
The Yankees this year, and we all know they've had a ton of injuries and played a lot of guys who normally wouldn't even have been on the team. They're 13th in the American League in runs scored, 14th in home runs, and dead last in slugging percentage on the season. Although, with Arod back, better than what they were getting at third base, with Granderson back from injury, and of course with the acquisition of Soriano and what he's done the last few weeks, this is a better offensive team than the Yankees have had on the field for most of the season.
Yeah, I mean, that offense right there has got them 8.5 games out. This is like you just said, this is a new offense with Soriano and Alex.
You look at their numbers specifically at third and short, which of course would be Arod and Jeter if they were healthy. The third baseman for the Yankees on the season are hitting .218, 5 homers, 35 RBIs. The shortstop's almost identical, .220, 4 homers, 35 RBIs. So getting virtually nothing from those 2 spots. They've got Arod back, hoping to get Jeter back in the next few days. And they've got Cano swinging a hot bat tonight. Had an 11-game hitting streak snapped yesterday, and he's right back at it with a couple of hits in his first 2 at-bats tonight. Now, if you're just joining us, it's been an eventful beginning to this game, as it often seems to be between these 2 teams, and as it often seems to be when Alex Rodriguez is in the middle of it. And the temperature in this ballpark went up in the second inning. Ryan Dempster facing Arod. That's the first pitch. The second and third were inside, and then the 3-0 drilled him. Warnings issued. Joe Girardi livid that Dempster wasn't ejected from the game. Girardi got ejected, and you can see right there by what he did with his finger, saying he threw at him on the first 3 pitches and then hit him on the 4th. Girardi ejected. No retribution from CC Sabathia. At this point, he's only gone an inning. Since that, maybe later, maybe not at all. We'll have to wait and see. Rodriguez didn't say a word. Went down to first base. The Yankees scored 2 runs in the inning to tie it. And now threatening to take the lead here in the third with Soriano up and Arod on deck.
I can't help but think what the message Alex kind of sent by not saying anything. I mean, are you just blatantly throwing at me, or are you throwing at me for something I did?
And you notice ever since he's thrown those pitches at Alex Rodriguez, he's been in trouble ever since. So, I mean, if you're going to have the guts to throw at someone intentionally, you better be able to shut the other team down.
Ichiro at second, Cano at first. Now to play 0-2 on Soriano, and he's always been a streaky hitter. He can have an ugly couple of weeks and he can have a crazy couple of weeks, but I don't know that he's ever had a week like he's had this week with 5 homers and 18 RBIs in his last 5 games. I mean, he had a month in 5 days. He had a good month in 5 days.
And it ain't over yet.
Wouldn't chase.
This is where these games get long. These teams become challenging. He's 17 pitches into this inning. He does not have an out. He's got 2 runners on.
Whatever your standards, Kurt, were for a good outing, would you alter them when you face the Yankees?
No. I mean, I would always go out and go, perfect game, no hitter, shutout win. And generally with the Yankees, the perfect game was gone after one of the first 3 hitters. The shutout was probably gone in the first 2 or 3 innings. So you played to win. These were different games. Mentally and physically, they're just different, every one of them.
To right. And carrying, and Victorino racing back to make the catch. Ichiro went back to tag, so he's to third. Cano back to first, and Arod coming up for the second time.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Crowd on Arod not quite as loudly as they were before the first at bat.
Challenge for I think Dempster has to go in this at bat. Has to go in this to get him off that ball away.
Yeah, Alex was leaking out on that when he was trying to catch something out front if he threw it middle in.
If he stays away, Alex is going to kill the ball.
So that was fastball away to change up to slider.
Slider away. And as a scouting report for me, facing Alex, I thought Alex was one of the biggest guessers in the game. You could see a lot of times he would strike out with 2 strikes and take a fastball down the middle, which always told me I think he's a very big guesser. He had the athletic ability to guess, be wrong, and correct. I'm not so sure he's that same guy.
this a perfect spot to come in after throwing 3 pitches away to get the 2-1.
Staying away. Now he's kind of boxed himself in here at 3-1.
He's got a guy behind him in Granderson to hit a double off of him his last at bats. It's just, I mean, if you're Dempster, this is the pitch you want to get something going with. I don't think they're going to start Cano at first. I think they're going to let Alex just hit right here.
I think he's looking away here.
He swings through a fastball away, 3-2.
He did challenge him with that pitch middle away. Look at the swing. That's not a single to right field swing. He was a little tardy on it, though.
Cano running. Ground ball to short. Diving stop Drew. Only play to first. Dug out nicely by Nava. Arod retired. In to score Ichiro, and the Yankees lead.
Ryan Dempster, after the warnings, of course, he throws a split there, first pitch away, and he continues to go away there with the fastball, there with the breaking ball to get to the 2-1, and he stayed away 2-1 with another breaking ball. 3-1, he throws it by him. Alex was a little late. 3-2, he speeds his bat up at 83 after throwing a fastball by him, and he hits one in the home. If Cano wasn't running, possibly a double play. Cano running, no, Alex puts it in play, gives the Yankees a lead.
So Arod's been hit by a pitch and scored. Now he drives in a run with the grounder. The Yankees have the lead. One of the teams in front of them in the wild card race won today. Every game so big for the Yankees, with just 40 left, including tonight. Ball stays fair. Granderson retired and the inning is over. But the Yankees push across the go-ahead run. 3-2 going to the bottom of the third.
You work hard to stay healthy. You deserve a multivitamin that supports your efforts. Newly reformulated One-A-Day Men's has more of 10 key nutrients than Centrum Men Under 50. We've stepped it up. Newly reformulated One-A-Day Men's.
A man and his truck, and a broken fence, and a lost calf, and the heart to search for as long as it takes, and the truck that lets him search for as long as it takes. The all-new Chevy Silverado, the most fuel-efficient V8 in a pickup, strong for all the roads ahead.
That's gonna go right in your glove. Oh, see that? Great job. Okay, now let's get ready for the ball. Here it comes. There you go. Good catch. Perfect. All right, now for the best part. Let's see your pour. Ooh, let's get those in the bowl. These are way too good to waste, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go for it. Around the bowl.
Share what you love with who you love. Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
They're great. Good catch, Dad.
Back at Fenway with a lot going on. The Yankees lead the Red Sox 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the third. A big week in Major League Baseball on ESPN and ESPN2. Tomorrow night, the Red Sox are out in San Francisco. Monday Night Baseball presented by USAA, the Sox and the Giants at 10 Eastern. Wednesday Night Baseball brought to you by T-Mobile, the Rays and the Orioles in a very big series. Both of those teams in contention right now, and then we'll have the Red Sox and Dodgers for you 1 week from tonight. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. So on Wednesday night, when you see the Orioles, you're going to see the Major League leader in home runs. And guess what? He hit another one today. Chris Davis has 45 home runs. Sunday night, you'll see the ridiculously hot Dodgers, even with a loss today to the Phillies, 42-9 in their last 51. We've got all kinds of storylines brewing around Major League Baseball right now. Let's talk American League MVP candidates. Is it a two-horse race, guys? And who do you like?
No. I mean, they're both having great years. I don't think anybody on earth is having a year like Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, I go with Cabrera too.
It can just think of it this way: to win the Triple Crown one year and have a better year the next year,
and not win the
maybe not.
Yeah. But the Davis story is a phenomenal one, a good one.
Shane Victorino takes a strike. The Tigers won today, beat Kansas City 6-3. Max Scherzer won his 18th game of the season. Baltimore, on the strength of that home run by Chris Davis, they were victorious today, beat Colorado 7-2. It's a fair ball into the left field corner. Victorino racing into second base and in there easily with a big turn too. It took Soriano a while to find that ball down in the corner. You see that a lot at Fenway. Leadoff double Victorino.
So this is where CC Sabathia's life as a pitcher has changed. Being able to throw a fastball on a fastball count and get less than optimal contact. He can't do that. And so when you can't do that, you can't work in the middle lane of the home plate. You have to move to the corners, and I always call them good misses. When you miss to the side you're throwing to. If you don't, you end up giving up hard hit balls like that.
Leadoff double.
And Shane Victorino's a guy that just he sets on fastball seemingly every pitch, and when you throw him on middle in, he gets a good part of the bat on it. The book on him is off speed him to death because of that high leg kick.
CC comes in tonight having given up 64 extra base hits, which is third most in the AL. And then that's one of the signs. That's what happens right there. When your stuff diminishes a little bit, you don't get the ball to the corners. The ball gets hit harder, more consistent.
Here's Pedroia. Takes a slider for his strike. Pedroia hit a fly ball to left field his first time out. One of the issues for Sabathia when you talk about diminished stuff, he's 33 years old, but he's got a ton of miles on him. He's pitched about 2,700 innings in the big leagues, and his fastball velocity is not what it was. I mean, the numbers tell the story that he used to consistently, Kurt, be kind of a 94 to 96 guy, and now he's more like a 90 to 92 guy.
And this is not a small change. This is dramatic. The 98 to 94, the peak thing is the biggest one to me. Hey, I'm in trouble. I'm going to reach back and throw a ball 98. You've got a very big target to miss in. 94, not so much. And look at the opponent's batting average. It's a natural trend.
And those numbers are on fastball. So hitters are hitting him at a 313 clip on fastballs this year, not on all pitches. Pedroia lunges for one and skies it into shallow center. But Crucky, you've talked about it. When a guy doesn't have as much of a fastball, if you can worry about the fastball a little bit less, you can do more damage against the other pitchers.
Yeah, and it's like Kurt said, it's a natural progression as guys get older. You know, with Dwight Gooden, when I faced Dwight Gooden in 1986, you had to respect his fastball on every pitch in the at-bat. And not that you don't respect CC's fastball, but you know that you can set on maybe his slider and still get a foul ball off his fastball if he throws it, because you're not worried about him throwing it by you anymore. When you don't have to respect 94, 95, it makes your job a lot easier as a hitter. It's not easy, but it makes it easier.
Here's Ortiz. Inside of the knees for ball one.
The challenge, Dan, is that up until about 5 starts ago, he was starting to adjust to the new CC. He was pitching with the stuff he had. He could still win a lot of games, but when you go into a rut with this kind of stuff, you go into a much different kind of rut than you do when you're throwing the ball 98.
So what are the adjustments? Now there's 94 on the black with a fastball.
Yeah,
great pitch, but what are the adjustments?
Well, number one is I have to be finer. I have to command my fastball more. And the problem is he walked 6 guys in his last start, and so he's not commanding his fastball better. He knows that, though. He knew that coming out of spring training, talking about being a little bit different pitcher. The biggest change, though, is his ability. He has to use all of his pitches much quicker now than he ever had to as a young pitcher.
So let's talk about you. In your prime, you would withhold some pitches till 4th, 5th inning, maybe?
I didn't show a slider curveball till 5th or 6th inning, and so when I go first through a lineup, it would be fastball split. And you saw both these guys tonight break out almost all 4 pitches within the first 8 to 10 hitters, or 8 to 10 pitches.
3-1. Crucky is a hitter. How much could you sense? Hey, pitcher's not what he used to be. I got a shot here I might not have used to have had.
Well, it makes life a little easier, and you can see that the first hitter, the at bat, if his fastball's popping, then you think, oh, this could be a long day. But you can see it in pitchers as they get older, that it's not coming out of their hand as good. It's not popping the glove like it used to in warm-ups, and you feel so much more confident when you go in the batter's box if you don't think a guy can throw a ball past you.
I had games where I would tell myself, I'm going to go out and throw fastballs away, use nothing but fastballs until I get a base runner. Sometimes that was 2 pitches.
Bouncer to first, and that'll get a run home. Victorino in to score, and the game is tied. Well, I know this is a question that I've asked you guys about. Is 91 that different from 94, which is that different from 96? But as you look at overall major league numbers and what major league hitters hit off fastballs of different velocity, that tells a pretty big story right there.
Well, and that for me was always the number 95 as a pitcher. I don't know about Johnny as a hitter, but 95 was always the difference maker.
Yeah, and look, I'm not saying that hitting 91 to 94 is easy, but when you're throwing 96, 97, there's something left in the tank in a key situation. You can get it up to 98. You have to respect that, and that's the thing. You don't know when he's going to break that one out. Remember last year, Justin Verlander, throwing 90 the first inning, second inning, third inning, throwing 91, 92. Gets in a jam in the 6th, he's throwing 100. Then he backs it down to 90, 91, and then in the 8th, if he needs it again, he can go back up to 98, 99. As a hitter, you just don't know when that's coming.
That's what I was talking about, going to the well, right? Going to the well. When I went to the well, I would want to go from 94 to 96 to 99, 98. I only want to be able to have to do that maybe 2 or 3 times a night. He doesn't have the ability to go to that 98 well anymore, so he's got to adjust.
95 right there.
That's as hard a pitch as he's thrown all season. The numbers that we have suggest that he came into this game having thrown 2 pitches at 95 the entire season.
Yeah, he's thrown. Well, and listen, this is a different game. The Yankee Red Sox game is a different game.
And maybe Dempster upset him. Oh boy,
Brian missed that. He's called a good game. He generally does call a good game. Yeah, that's a good pitch.
But see, that's 95, and then he throws that. You can't pull the trigger. If you're Johnny Gomes, that's why you take it and hope he calls it a ball.
Long throw for Arod. In time to get him. Inning over. Game tied again here at Fenway.
She's still the one for you. You know it even after all these years. But your erectile dysfunction, that could be a question of blood flow. Cialis Tadalafil for daily use helps you be ready anytime the moment's right. You can be more confident in your ability to be ready. And the same Cialis is the only daily ED tablet approved to treat ED and symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently or urgently. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medications, and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sexual activity. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injuries, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or if you have any allergic reactions such as rash, hives, swelling of the lips, tongue, or throat, or difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use and a 30-tablet free trial.
This is Mike. Mike's being healthy and chewing like a man with one-a-day VitaCraves for men. It's a gummy multivitamin with more B vitamins, which help convert food to energy and help Mike do manly things like wrestle bears and take out the garbage. One-a-day VitaCraves for men.
Getting a new Kia has never been easier than right now. Introducing our biggest event ever, the Kia Sign It and Drive It sales event. With 0 down and 0 due at signing, it won't take much to drive home in a new top safety rated Optima or a powerful Sorento. And both come backed by one of these. So hurry to the Kia Sign It and Drive It sales event today, because nothing this easy lasts forever. Lease a new Optima or Sorrento today for 0 down, 0 due at signing for qualified customers.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. Fenway Park in Boston, the Yankees and the Red Sox tied up at 3. Arod in the middle of it tonight after being hit by a pitch, drilled on a 3-0 pitch by Ryan Dempster. And really, Alex Rodriguez tonight on the field and off the field for many, many days now. Joe Girardi got tossed in the middle of it all tonight for arguing that Dempster should have been tossed. Arod just can't stay out of the headlines. There has been so much going on ever since the biogenesis story came out, and now all kinds of, as I said at the beginning of the show, mudslinging between Arod's camp, his new lawyer, the Yankees, Major League Baseball, and every time you think the story may be nearing an end, another layer's uncovered, another layer's uncovered, and now you just don't know where it's going to end. When will the appeal be heard? Will he have his suspension reduced at all? A lot of players and opposing teams have come out and said he shouldn't be allowed to play. Allegations from his camp that perhaps the Yankees knew he was seriously injured and kept that information from him, allowing him to play hurt in the playoffs last year. An allegation that Joe Girardi has strongly denied. A 60 Minutes report that Arod's inner circle, somebody in his inner circle, leaked the names of Ryan Braun and a teammate of Alex Rodriguez's, Francisco Cervelli, their connection with biogenesis, on and on and on. You just never know what's coming next. Three and two, the count on Eduardo Nunez. On the surface, as we mentioned off the top, both Joe Girardi and the rest of the Yankee players seem to be handling what has to be a distraction really, really well right now. They need the potential production of Alex Rodriguez, even if he's nowhere near what he used to be. His production thus far has been significantly better than what they were getting at third base. This ball is ripped off the monster. Nunez, the big turn, but that's a long Fenway single to get the Yankee fourth started. There are some new developments today, if you haven't heard, down to Buster.
Yeah, as we heard a couple days ago from Alex Rodriguez, he predicted jokingly that there would be more things coming out. Well, today, General Manager Brian Cashman told reporters that he's no longer comfortable speaking with Alex Rodriguez because of the possibility that there may be a forthcoming lawsuit. So quite literally, Alex Rodriguez and the Yankees front office have stopped speaking. Remember, he's owed $86 million for the next 4 years. You guys have heard about marriages held together for the sake of the children. This is a marriage held together for the sake of the contract.
Amazing that a player can play for a team when the management of the player aren't talking, and the player's lawyer, Joseph Tacopina is his name, recently hired by Arod, and the player's lawyer is making some very, very strong accusations against the Yankees. President Randy Levine has responded in kind. We all remember what Brian Cashman, the general manager of the Yankees, said a few weeks ago towards Arod, and the saga continues. The recently hired lawyer for Alex Rodriguez, Joseph Tacopina, saying, quote, "The Yankees did things and acted in a way that is downright terrifying. They rolled him out there like an invalid," talking about the playoffs last year, and it made him look like he was finished as a ball player, implying that they played him when they knew he was seriously hurt. Again, an allegation that Yankee manager Joe Girardi strongly denied, saying he had no inkling that there was something wrong with Alex Rodriguez. Randy Levine, the president of the Yankees, short and sweet. He better put up or shut up. And meanwhile, also heard from today, Rob Manfred, the MLB executive vice president. The bottom line is this: he has yet to see Alex Rodriguez or anybody in his camp say that Rodriguez did not use performance-enhancing drugs, saying that they've adopted a strategy to create a circus-type atmosphere. So with all that going on, guys, I don't know how I ask you just for your thought, because there's so many angles to this. But Crucky, where are you sitting on all this?
You know, I'd like to know who told Alex's lawyer that they rolled him out like an invalid. I mean, you know, I'm sure Joe Girardi didn't tell him that. I'm sure no one in the Yankees front office told him that. And, you know, you wonder if Alex told him that, you know, that they might have done that to me to make me look bad, because you would do that if you wanted to get rid of a guy on the last year of his contract. A reason why not that you would ever do that. I'm sorry. I'm not saying the Yankees did that, but you know, usually the guy's on the end of his contract, you would say that about him. A guy that, you know, this is why they didn't want him back. He's still locked in for 4 more years. Yep. It's not like the Yankees can get rid of him. So that's what I mean. Who told them that, all this? You know, who told his lawyers to come out with this? Because, you know, I don't think, well, I guess lawyers would do that, but I just can't see someone just throwing that out just to try to stir the pot, because the pot's already been stirred.
Has it ever?
Yeah, and it's done. The cooking's done. You know, it's ready to eat. You know, go to this arbitration hearing, or let an arbiter decide what's going on. But, you know, this stuff, like, if Alex believes half this stuff that his lawyer's saying is true, if you're Alex, why would you want to play for the Yankees? And if you're Robinson Cano, why would you want to play for the Yankees? Why would you want to re-sign here if they think if you're hurt, they're going to run you out there? That's why I can't believe any team worth anything in the world. The Yankees are the most storied team in baseball history and sports history. I don't think they would throw a player out there to injure him more and not help them, and knowing that he can't help you win a game. I just don't think they would do that.
Especially in the postseason.
Chris Stewart with a fly ball to left. And caught on the track by Gomes. Nunez back to second, 2 down. Show your thoughts.
Yeah, what he said. You know, I don't know. I'm just stunned that each day that goes by, it takes on a new level of absurdity. I can't. The biggest point out of all this for me is, if you're not Alex Rodriguez, you're another Yankee, or you're a free agent this winter, why on earth would you want to come to this organization? Their ownership, whether you're mad at your players or not, you don't throw them out under the bus publicly. When you look at good organizations, they generally tend to handle this stuff as much as they can in-house, and they've not had an issue at all with throwing this guy out there and making him look worse and worse and worse. And he's done all this, a lot of it to himself. So
Brett Gardner takes inside the ball 1. Buster?
Yeah, and guys, I've wondered, as this thing has played along, how would George Steinbrenner have handled this? And I'm sure that the younger George Steinbrenner, in his first 15 years as owner of the Yankees, I wonder if he just would have cut him just to avoid the whole issue and said, look, we'll give you the check, we'll let you go, but we're not going to have this go on and on and on. Where the Yankees right now are clearly in a position where they're, because they are holding this together only because of the contract.
On the one hand, you probably imagine that he and the contract, especially the contract, would probably just go away. But right now, in this moment, they need him. They're not getting anything else at third base. They need him to play right.
Yeah, when you have pitching staffs in the National League, the Cubs had more home runs than Yankees third baseman. That tells you how desperately they needed some production out of the third base position. And look, whether he hits well or not, you know, if he hits 270 and hits a few home runs and drives in some runs, it's better than what they had, but he's still a presence. It's still Alex Rodriguez. You still have to respect that as a hitter, that, you know, when's it could it click this at bat for him. And that's what they, you know, and that's why it's so, you know, as a former player, it's disheartening that the ownership side would join in a battle of words with an attorney. You know, just, you know, everyone just let it go and let it all play out and see where it ends. Because, you know, an arbiter is going to decide this thing, no matter what an attorney says, no matter what the Yankees say.
It's not ending soon, though.
No, we're going to be able to talk about it for a while.
That's the unfortunate part, not just for the Yankees, but for baseball.
Yep.
There's so many awesome stories going on in the game. Chris Davis, the Pirates, and all the things. But this is front page. And in a sense, we're all complicit in it because we're the ones that people want to hear about. People want the tabloid part of this.
Pulled foul by Gardner.
And the other thing that I get from this is that if if you watch his press conferences, they make me uncomfortable, but he clearly functions very well in an environment that is an enormous amount of white noise.
I guess you get used to it after all these years. It's been noisy for a while, although this is about as much noise, you would imagine, as there has ever been surrounding it.
Well, the challenge, most of it's self-created.
Yes.
That's what, yeah, aside from the hip injury, all this stuff that's going on now was created by Alex. If you know, these biogenesis reports are all true, which apparently they are. I mean, he's never denied it. None of his attorneys have denied that he used PEDs over the last couple of years. Even if the suspension is upheld and he gets the 211 games, it's never going to end.
That would take it into 2015. Gardner pops it up. And the inning is over. To the bottom of the fourth at Fenway, Yankees and Red Sox tied at 3.
You guys get the job done, operating behind the lines.
There's the line.
To find out more about this special offer, call 1-800-531-5000 today.
I referred 4 of my neighbors to DirecTV, and now I get $40 off my bill every month. But the real reason I did it was that stupid cable van. It seemed like every week there it was, ripping out this, tearing up this. I mean, it was always something. DirecTV is reliable, and you get the best channels.
Refer a friend to DirecTV, and you'll both get $10 off your bill every month. Just give them your account number before they call 1-855-REFER-NOW.
It takes intense preparation, finesse, and precision to be crowned as the king in a unanimous decision. It bobs and it weaves around every corner. With its hit list of features, this car is a performer. So roll on to victory with the path of least resistance. The new 2014 Scion TC is made to go the distance.
Alert! The beach on your TV is much closer than it appears.
Go and smell the roses!
Dive into Labor Day with up to 50% off hotels at Travelocity.
Yankee fan Denzel Washington in the house here. Got some good seats at Fenway Park. Watching his Yankees take on the Red Sox, tied at 3 as we go to the bottom of the fourth here at Fenway. Each team's won 1 game so far. Red Sox a game and a half up on Tampa Bay. The Rays victorious earlier today against Toronto. The Yankees 6.5 out of the wild card, 8.5 out of the East. Coincidentally, just for the purpose of information, in 1978. The Yankees were 8.5 back of Boston with 40 to go, and that was the year they came back and won it in a playoff here at Fenway. They're 8.5 back with 40 to go now.
Was there a home run hit?
What was his Bucky something?
Yeah. He's got a different middle name here than he does in New York.
He's got the same middle name that Aaron Boone has.
He absolutely, yeah. I think Boone was named after him, actually.
2 of my former teammates closed it and caught the last out. Goose Gossage, Greg Nettles.
Saltalamacchia hooks one down the left field line. That's a fair ball off the monster. And the Red Sox catcher is into second with his 33rd double of the season.
0-2. Couldn't bury it.
Saltamakis had two pretty good at bats. Look at how he kept his head down right there. Just the perfect V from the bat to up to the shoulders. Well, that's why he has how many doubles, Dan? 33. Larry Bird.
As a baseball fan, I absolutely love that camera. Watching hitters swing on that camera is something special.
But you wonder why the fingers on our top hands are achy to this day with arthritis. You see that vibration go through?
Nava gets a bunt down.
Someone better cover home.
They all
now 4 of them are.
Sometimes guys become spectators and forget what's happening. I guarantee if that was someone like Ellsbury or a healthy Shane Victorino, they would have made a bigger turn and given that a look.
And this is actually, once the catcher picks the ball up, this is on me as a pitcher to make sure that every base has a player.
A great job by Nava getting him over. Probably didn't think he could hit the ball the other way on CC. But once Stewart gets that ball, CC's got to be going to home.
And Stewart's the first guy who realized he had to get back.
Well, wait a second. If I'm here and you're here and you're here, who's there?
Runner at third, 1 out, infield in now for the Yankees. Tie game here in the 4th, and the batter was Stephen Drew, who grounded out his first time up. Drew hot lately, hitting .325 in his last 21 games coming into this one. Well, let's run that sequence a little bit deeper. On the appeal, he did swing, so the count is 0-2. So this a little bit later in the sequence from the blimp.
Wow, this is great.
This is cool.
You see that Stewart gets the ball, Cano's covering, Overby and CC are standing
there we go.
Hey, someone get home.
They all start running home. I think we need you up in the blimp at some point before the end of the year, Crookie.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Backpedaling Soriano. Tagging Saltalamacchia. Red Sox take the lead. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
I think from CC's perspective, more important, you see the 2-0-2 counts. You've got to go, and I think he is going for a strikeout right there. And couldn't get a leadoff double, and then that's the situation where you actually go after a strikeout.
Good night for Saltalamacchia. A single, a double, a run driven in, and a run scored. Boston are back on top in the seesaw affair. Here's Will Middlebrooks. Right center. Deep. Gone.
That's the one that they were talking about. If he can keep from cutting the fastball, and he cut it right into the barrel, Will Middlebrooks. And John Farrell told us what's changed with Middlebrooks. He said he's staying centering the other way and not pulling off balls. First at bat he pulled off with the grounder. That at bat he stays on it and drives one to right field for a home run.
So 27th home run surrendered by CC Sabathia this year. He had never given up more than 22 in the season before this year. strikes on Ellsbury, who's walked and struck out. So the Red Sox led 2-0. The Yankees came back and tied it. Then an inning later, they took the lead. The Red Sox tied it in the bottom of the third, and now they've given Ryan Dempster a 2-run lead with a couple of runs here in the bottom of the fourth. Feels like we've seen a lot of two-strike foul balls when the Red Sox have been up there tonight against Matthew.
Yeah, they battle and battle and battle, and and again, CeCe's made a couple mistakes on 0-2 pitches to Stephen Drew, allowing him to hit the sacrifice fly to left field. He buried a slider that he checked swung. He got the call on the 0-1 pitch, and he tried to throw another one. He left it over the center of the plate and let Drew hit it in the outfield.
And the inning is over. Well, the Red Sox are back on top. Got a sac fly by Drew to take the lead and added to it. But Will Middlebrooks drove one the other way to deep right center. His 10th home run of the season. And at the end of 4 here at Fenway, Boston back on top. Red Sox up 5-3.
Now relax. Let the chi flow from the inner Zhang Fu organs outwards as the needles open your meridians.
Oh, it feels so good. I really thought the needles would hurt.
So did I. I hate needles.
That must make it hard to do what you do.
Oh, not really. I deliver paninis. He's the acupuncturist. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Oh.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Let me ask you something, Chief. Have you ever grilled before? Anything at all? Ever?
Hand it
you
over.
look befuddled. Just saying. Ow! Hey, MJ, we should hang out.
Now all Hanes underwear is tagless. Go tagless.
Being a stay-at-home dad
Gives you permission to be a kid again.
Who's the coolest daddy in the world? You're a dad. You're not cool anymore.
What do you think? Is he lying? Why are you making him brush his teeth? They're just gonna fall out anyway.
Let's check our fantasy leagues. Maybe you could give me your number. Get in, get in, get in, get in! Oh, you woke him up!
Modern Dads premieres Wednesday at 10:30, right after an all-new episode of Duck Dynasty at 10 on A&E.
For decades, beaches looked the same until one man changed summers forever with a pair of scissors, creating the bikini. Creative thinking goes into everything we build. This is the Mazda way. So at the Mazda New Model Celebration, you'll find our newest models, not closeouts, with our latest technology, innovations, and bold designs. See your Mazda dealer today. See the all-new revolutionary Mazda 3 in dealerships this month. What do you drive?
You won't find it in the box score. The sound of a city holding its breath. The boy who plays catch with one of his baseball cards. Every conversation spoken without a word. There isn't shorthand for the arc of a long ball, or watching a girl fall in love with a diamond. All of that comes home from the game, but never leaves the park. Make Sunday extra special. Go to MLB.com/Sunday today.
Top of the 5th here at Fenway Park. With the Red Sox leading the Yankees 5-3. Dan Shulman, John Kruk, Kurt Schilling, Buster Olney. And Ichiro taking a strike from Ryan Dempster. Ichiro, Robinson Cano, Alfonso Soriano, and if anybody reaches, Alex Rodriguez here in the Yankee 5th. And a liner to second, one down. Between innings, our Buster Olney with Red Sox manager John Farrell.
John, what do you make of what happened when Ryan Dempster hit Alex Rodriguez?
Well, Buster, as we've seen on a number of starts, Ryan's going to establish his fastball into some right-handers. He did it with Stewart. He was trying to establish his fastball into Rodriguez and another right-hander in that lineup. He's got to keep guys from getting out over the plate to make his split and his slider that much more effective. Obviously, the pitch got away from him.
Now, the umpire felt enough to warn both teams against. If he did it in that spot, if he did it on purpose, how is you as his manager feel about that?
Well, again, Brian O'Nora, issued the warning based on what he interpreted. We didn't feel in our dugout that was anything intentional. So that being said, we've got to keep the momentum on our side. It obviously gave them a breath of fresh air and injected some life in them. We've got to temper that.
John, thank you.
Difficult situation, and to be fair, tough questions for a manager to answer during a ball game, with John Farrell being asked to assess the Ryan Dempster hit by pitch of Alex Rodriguez earlier tonight.
I would tell you that that's some of the stuff he learned coaching under Terry Francona. That was a very Francona-like response, which that's all you can do right there. He's covering he's protecting a pitcher who he knows intentionally threw at a hitter, but that's how you have to react to it as a manager.
Meanwhile, a very quick 2 outs for Dempster here in the Yankee 5th inning. And he faces Soriano, who's 0 for 2 tonight, a ground out and a flyout. Soriano recently surpassing 2,000 career hits and is nearing 400 career home runs. He's at 397.
I actually thought Dempster was on a 400 pitch pace here after the 4th inning, but this 2 quick outs on 4 pitches is a huge lift for him here in the 5th.
1-2. It looks like a quick inning for Dempster. 3 up and 3 down. Arod will have to wait to the bottom of the 5th. Red Sox 5, Yankees 3.
You don't want to miss this. Kendrick Lamar! Every Tuesday night, 10 on the East, 7 on the West, right here on Access TV. We are out of here.
Hello? You watching this, dude? The Jets are rolling. What are you talking about? We don't get the Jets out here. I do. I got an NFL Sunday ticket. Get every game, every Sunday, no matter where you live. Yeah! Wow. Nice. Yeah. It is pretty nice.
Become the world's most powerful fan. Get NFL Sunday Ticket now for less than $2 a game.
A man. A man and his truck, and a broken fence, and a lost calf, and the heart to search for as long as it takes, and the truck that lets him search for as long as it takes. The all-new Chevy Silverado, the most fuel-efficient V8 in a pickup. Strong for all the roads ahead.
Everybody has different investment objectives, ideas, goals, appetite for risk. You can't say one size fits all. It doesn't. That's crazy. We're all totally different.
iShares Core, ETF building blocks for your personalized portfolio. Find out why 9 out of 10 large professional investors choose iShares for their ETFs. iShares by BlackRock. Call 1-800-iShares for a prospectus, which includes investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Risk includes possible loss of principal.
The Little League World Series on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC.
Now, if you were working a camera from inside the Green Monster here at Fenway, this would be your vantage point. There's Alfonso Soriano, and the rest of the view you get from the Monster here in Boston. Make Sunday extra special by going out to the ballpark. Go to MLB.com/Sunday to find special ticket offers. MLB.TV celebrating 11 years. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on your favorite supported mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV for details. Strike taken by Shane Victorino. Get us going here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Victorino has singled, doubled, and scored a couple of runs. He'll be followed by Dustin Pedroia and then David Ortiz. Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV.
Here he is in the 0-2 count again.
Gave up the double to Saltalamacchia on an 0-2, but gets Victorino to ground out. Now gets the leadoff man for just the second time in 5 innings, and now will face Dustin Pedroia, who's 0 for 2.
We were talking about this between innings. I'm almost inclined to agree with Crucky here. If he gets Pedroia, I think Ortiz might be his guy.
Retribution for the Arod situation.
Yep.
Think it's in the back of his mind?
I don't know. I think he knew going out whether he was going to do it or not. But he's at 69 pitches. If their bullpen's rested and okay, yeah, maybe it's something you do. But I think you have to do it at some point.
Pedroia playing outstanding defense this year. Turned 30 yesterday with a new 8-year contract he signed recently. You never know how things turn out, obviously, but looks like a lifer in a Red Sox uniform.
And by his admission, he wants to be a lifer for the Boston Red Sox.
General Manager Ben Cherington looking on.
Executive of the year. He's done a great job with this team. I mean, you think about your closer goes down in Hanrahan. The guy you thought was your setup guy who could close and was a great closer at one point with Oakland. Bailey goes down, and he still has a guy down there doing a great job.
And they changed the whole chemistry and vibe of the whole team, right?
In less than a year.
On the other side, if you're thinking about competitors for that, it might be the guy in the other dugout. What Cashman has done, what Brian Cashman has done to keep them where they are after all they've been through has been pretty amazing.
They got some value early out of Hafner. They got some value mostly early out of Vernon Wells. Lyle Overbase played most of the season for them. Nunez to his left, spins, fires, and pulls Overbay off the bag. We will wait for the scoring. Nunez had been charged with 10 errors in 61 games coming in tonight, but that's been scored a base hit for Pedroia. We are in Boston, my friend.
Good to be home. I mean, it was a great play by Nunez to get to the ball. The 360 spin is what probably gives Pedroia the base hit on this because he made it look spectacular. We look at that. If he throws it anywhere close to Overbay, Pedroia is out. But that's what you should get at home. I mean, he's 3 steps away when Overbay catches the ball, but hey, we're in Boston. Give him a knock.
Big swing and a miss by Ortiz.
Pretty sure he can't throw that one again.
He saw that one well.
Feels like more than 77, doesn't it? And the 77's a lot for 4 1/3, but it feels like even more than that with as hard as he's had to work most.
Well, he went 27 first inning. The 9-pitch second inning was huge for him. Two 15-pitch innings back to back. The bottom half of both lineups has not been running up counts, which has been big for him. But Dempster wasn't getting to be out.
Down the right field line, fair ball, and into the stands for a ground rule double that will stop Pedroia at third.
When you watch this at bat, pitch by pitch, first pitch, muscle up fastball, middle, got it by him. Then he threw, I thought it was a good slider. David laid off. Tried to go back to it, give him a chase, couldn't do it. Not many left-handed hitters in the game. I don't know, Clark, you can speak to this. I never saw left-handed hitters being able to keep this ball fair and hit it that far.
Yeah, that's the hardest part is getting the barrel on. It's not that hard to do. It's like Kurt said, hooking it. For CC Sabathia's sake, he's lucky he didn't hook it, because if he did, it would have been a home run around the pole.
Well, that's the ball when it's at 96. That's the ball that ends up being in the first baseman's glove.
Johnny Gomes pops it up for Nunez, 2 down. A very big out for CC Sabathia.
Interesting that the infield was playing back, down 2 runs. And if they weren't playing back, that could have been a base hit.
And it's the subtle things. He's at 12 pitches. He's got 2 runners on and 1 out. 1 pitch later, he's got 2 outs and he's a pitch away from being out of the inning. Instead of maybe a 28-pitch inning, he could have 14.
He's got to get a hitter he hasn't been able to get tonight. Jared Saltalamacchia, RBI single in the first, and double to left in the fourth.
Yeah, this is the guy I would be careful with. Knob is not as good a right-handed as he is left.
Would you think about putting him on?
I would. I mean, he's had 2 great at-bats. He's hit the changeup and the fastball. I mean, he's only had 1 other pitch.
Slider low, ball 1.
Unless you trust your catcher that he can block the ball in the dirt, and you have a feeling that Saltalamacchia could get a little bit over-anxious with runners in scoring position and chase out of the zone.
Well, I mean, it's a pitcher. That's what I'm doing. I'm feeding on the anxiety of the hitter if that's what he is to me.
And maybe 1 more pitch, ball. Now you might want to put him on. You give it 2 shots. Now you might want to put him on.
Right, that becomes a trust issue. Hey, listen, I'm not going to make you intensely walk him, but I need you to pitch around him.
Remember, Joe Girardi's been ejected from the game. You were looking at Tony Pena, the bench coach, who's the acting manager, alongside Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach. Ball 3.
I'm turning him loose, but now they're going to walk him. I think Tony just mentioned, it looked like Tony Pena just motioned to Stewart to walk him.
All's quiet in the Yankee bullpen. There's ball 4. One of the things you could always count on about the New York Yankees was CC Sabathia was the ace, the horse, the stud, whatever you wanted to call him. I mean, great numbers over the last 4 years, deep into games, a ton of innings, delivering wins, but Kurt, we talked about this diminished stuff this year, diminished velocity this year, and the numbers have reflected that.
But I would take this guy 7 days a week and twice on Sunday. He's a competitor that, aside from that, might be one of the kindest human beings you could ever meet.
Big teddy bear.
Met him as a young pitcher when he was with Cleveland. Incredible competitive drive. Wants to be an ace. I thought everything you needed to know about CC Sabathia when he went to Milwaukee in that trade. I thought he was just the animal, the horse, the competitor that he is.
Kept pitching on 3 days rest.
And going deep into games.
On his free agent year.
Yep.
Where most guys would say, you don't know, oh, I'm backing off here. He said, give me the ball, and he got him there.
If I'm the Yankees, he's been worth every penny to date.
Bases loaded, 2 out, Daniel Nava. Nava's struck, he said, hitting from his weaker side, the right side. Nava's got 10 home runs this year, but none of them in his last 129 at-bats. Pedroia at third, Ortiz at second, Saltalamacchia at first.
As a pitcher, this guy, this is kind of a hitter in this situation, presented a challenge.
This kind of a hitter in what respect?
He is a patient young hitter. He sees pitches. He obviously has a very good awareness of the strike zone. So I'm not relying on him to chase a ball that maybe other young hitters would. So I have to get him out in the strike zone. And as CC Sabathia right here, I know this is the game.
Going to the well.
This is the game right here. This, if he gets a hit, I'm losing this game.
Continuing to check the numbers. Still nobody up in the Yankee pen.
You're trying to find any chart somewhere that tells you something good about this situation.
Missed away, ball 3. A pitch away from walking in a run. Phone's ringing down on the pen. And he did walk in a run. David Huff up in the Yankee bullpen.
You intentionally walk the hitter because you're not concerned about the walk. And last start he had 6.
Four tonight, one of them intentional, although he fell behind 3-0 on that intentional walk, still scored as an intentional walk. Here's Stephen Drews, grounded out and had a sac fly. All of a sudden he can come back and do that.
I think he thought a couple of the balls he threw that last at bat were strikes.
Yes, he did, and the inning is over. Well, the Red Sox had another run. Sabathia walks it in. At the end of 5 here with Fenway. The Red Sox lead the Yankees 6-3.
I reckon most folks would call this paradise. No snow, no cold, no pulling the ill-equipped out of some frozen ditch. But if there's one truth in this life, you can't escape your demons. I thought I hung my tire chains up for good. Quattro. But I can't shake this bad feeling that I haven't seen the last of my old friend. I know it's out there, and there isn't a road on earth that can stop it.
Do you know who brewed your beer?
I am passionate about what I do. I'm passionate about Budweiser flavor.
When I tell them I'm the brewmaster, they can't believe it. They think I've got the best job in the world, and I think they're probably right.
I have dedicated my life to making sure that beer will be perfect. And to see a person really enjoy it means everything to me.
Meet the brewmaster who spent 30 days brewing your Budweiser at trackyourbud.com.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by the makers of One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated for men. And the all-new 2014 Chevrolet Impala, which proudly supports the craft of baseball. Learn more at ChevyBaseball.com. With Kurt Schilling, John Kruk, Buster Olney, I'm Dan Schulman. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. The Red Sox up 6-3 on the Yankees as we go to the sixth inning and leading it off for New York, Alex Rodriguez. If you weren't with us back in the second, Dempster threw one behind his knees on the first pitch, came inside on the second and third, and then hit him in the midsection. Might have hit his arm and then into the ribs. Drilled him on the last pitch. Benches, bullpens emptied briefly. Joe Girardi ejected for arguing that Ryan Dempster should have been ejected. Instead, warnings were given. No retribution from CC Sabathia. Second at bat, Arod drove in a run on a ground ball. Hits a deep drive, straightaway center field, and gone! He's hit a lot of them in his career, but I bet you enjoyed that one more than most.
Oof. Undoubtedly, yeah, and he hit it. And you don't think the Yankees need that in their lineup?
Second on the season for Arod. Yankees down 2. Granderson, he's doubled and grounded out. Dempster covering in time.
First pitch of the at-bat was up in the zone. Here's the second one by Dempster, the home run pitch. It just looks like a two-seamer. Middle. And you know, you can time that one pretty good, but the swing, you know, this is why the guy has 600 and some odd home runs. See how he keeps that right elbow tucked into the rib cage. Like I said with Saltamaggi, the head down, the perfect V, and the extension after contact, and that's how come he can hit it so far.
Inside to Nunez. The eventful night for Alex Rodriguez continues. His home run has made it a 2-run game here in the 6th inning at Fenway. Boston bullpen now busy. Left-hander Drake Britton has started throwing. Dempster at 95 pitches, working with one out here in the 6th. Nunez, an RBI single in the 2nd, had another base hit in the 4th. He's also Stolen a couple of bases tonight.
Like he was taking that pitch all the way. Like he didn't even, there wasn't even an attempt to even want to swing.
3-1 count.
Yeah, I don't know. You got that wall 290 feet away. I think I'm taking a shot at it. And there he goes.
And it's off the wall. And Nunez has his third hit of the game. Well, getting back to the home run hit by Alex Rodriguez, we talked extensively about the whole situation a little bit earlier, but one angle we haven't touched on tonight is that a lot of other players have spoken out and said he shouldn't be allowed to play pending the appeal. A number of the players who have spoken out happen to be members of the Boston Red Sox. Now, it is within the framework of the collective bargaining agreement that a first-time offender, and Arod is considered a first-time offender because his admission about steroid use while with Texas predated the steroid testing program in baseball. John Alacki says, I'm not sure that's right, that he's playing. And he is not alone. And this is the reason why. He can still be a productive player. He can still impact a pennant race.
Yeah, and that's what the thing is not fair. You think the Baltimore Orioles are happy that he's in a lineup that could, you know, possibly beat them in a game or overtake them in a division, or Tampa or Boston for that matter. But, you know, the players agreed to this. They agreed to the collective bargaining agreement, whether you like it or not. These are the rules. He had the ability to appeal, and that's what he's doing.
It's also why you're going to see the rules change this winter, I think.
I think so too.
Soon, very soon.
So that even a first-time offender cannot play pending an appeal.
I'm not sure how the appeal process is going to work, but I do know I think there's going to be a much quicker death penalty. Maybe second time.
Ball, one strike on a Lyle Lopez, a sac fly, and a strikeout.
I don't think the players are looking at him as a first-time offender. And technically, yes, he is. Yeah. But the players aren't. They're not looking at this as, oh wow, he just got caught. I think a lot of them are looking at it as a career pattern that he should be punished.
Let's go down to Buster. Buster, what have you heard about when the appeal may be held, and is there any sense of what the outcome will be?
On the day that he was suspended and the appeal came down, Michael Weiner, the head of the Players Association, told reporters that this would be something that would go on in the offseason in all likelihood. Now, by rule, this is supposed to happen in 45 days, but this case is so complicated, which is why Michael Weiner told reporters it was going to take a long time to arbitrate.
So it sounds like there's a very good possibility he'll play out the season as Overbay lines one into right field, a base hit. Nunez up to second. Here come the Yankees. Britton is ready. And now the trainer for the Yankees is out to take a look at Nunez at second base.
You know what, just to touch on that again real quick, I'm trying to think of it from Alex's perspective. I got to believe if one of the Yankee pitchers ends up retaliating, it's going to have to feel good to finally have somebody sticking up for you, regardless of when that opportunity arises.
Rob Thompson, the third base coach, out talking to Nunez. Now comes the acting manager, Tony Pena.
When he hit that ball off the wall, you see him stopping right here, and he tries to get back to the base, and he has a, you know, it looks like an awkward slide where he jammed his foot. And you can see him step up, look like he sprained his right ankle getting back to first base. It's one thing he rarely practices, sliding back into first base feet first. Not that it should be any more difficult than any other base, but it happens.
Talked his way into staying in the game.
Yeah, if he hits a base hit, he can't score on a single. Mr. Pena's not going to be real happy.
And it looks like last batter here for Dempster. Three left-handed batters due up after Stewart. The left-hander Britton ready in the pen. Dempster facing Chris Stewart.
That would be the third pitch he's seen all night.
What you're trying to say is he hasn't had a quality at bat yet.
Can't believe he took it.
Are you over there tracking every batter?
Oh,
how
absolutely.
many pitches are taken?
I'm charting a little bit like I charted when I pitched. But that's the thing. You can't. He's still in this game, I think, because of the one pitch at bats.
Dempster knows this is last batter, so going to empty the tank with everything he's got here against Stewart.
And I don't know that it matters to anybody other than the pitcher, but I can tell you 6 innings on the line score feels a whole lot better than 5 2/3. I know it's just 1 out, but it's a whole lot different.
Ball 3. And ball 4. And that's it. Dempster will leave a bases loaded 1-out situation for Britton as he comes in to face the top of the Yankee order. The Alex Rodriguez home run to lead off this inning has made it a 2-run game. Rodriguez sweet revenge in his mind for the hit by pitch earlier on tonight as he homers off Dempster.
What does a man who spent the last 16 years of his life wearing a helmet know about great hair? I think the answer to that question is clear.
Clear Men with mint, ginseng, and tea tree feeds the scalp for great flake-free hair.
Okay. A, B.
B. A.
That's a good choice. Let me show you some faucets to go along with that.
With the latest styles and guaranteed low prices, you can turn the bath you have into the bath you want.
It's a good choice.
More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, this Cordova Vanity Combo is a special buy, just $199.
A man. A man and his truck, and a broken fence, and a lost calf. And the heart to search for as long as it takes. And the truck that lets him search for as long as it takes. The all-new Chevy Silverado, the most fuel-efficient V8 in a pickup. Strong for all the roads ahead.
I'm always trying to look forward at a direction, a goal, a dream. If you want to make a change, you got to do it. Nobody else is going to do it for you. I say bring it on.
Revolutionizing an industry can be a tough act to follow, but at Xerox, we've embraced a new role. Working behind the scenes to provide companies with services, like helping HR departments manage benefits and pensions for over 11 million employees, reducing document costs by up to 30%, and processing $421 billion in accounts payables each year, helping thousands of companies simplify how work gets done. How's that for an encore? With Xerox, you're ready for real business.
Back at Fenway, the Red Sox up 6-4 on the Yankees. The My Wish series returns to SportsCenter for its 8th season. See sports wishes come true for kids who battle life-threatening illnesses. Tonight, the Diamondbacks change a child's life forever. The My Wish series continues tonight on SportsCenter at 11 Eastern. You can watch it on Watch ESPN Live, and also as SportsCenter, if this game is not over by 11, and that seems like a safe bet, SportsCenter will start on ESPN News. More from Fenway. The Dodgers actually lost a game today in RG3, the Sunday conversation. Meanwhile, welcome to the ball game, left-hander Drake Britton. Bases are loaded with 1 out. Britton last pitched Friday night, pitched the 9th inning here in a 10-3 Yankee victory, and he gave up 3 runs on 5 hits in his 1 inning of work. Strike taken by Brett Gardner during the pitching change as well. Jason Nix came on to run for Eduardo, who does end up leaving the game with what looked like an ankle issue. The 12th appearance of the season for the rookie left-hander Drake Britton. Got a live arm, also got a tough spot. They're trying to preserve this lead. And Gardner gets into one. Towards the deepest part of the park. Still in play. 2 runs home, now a third, and Gardner into third base as the Yankees have taken the lead.
Britton, that's just a hanging slider right there that didn't get down in the zone enough and away. And Gardner hits this ball, and usually Victorino tracks those down, but that ball hit at the bottom of the fence. But watch Gardner right here. If there's no one on base, or Stewart was on second base, this could be an inside the park. We see here he has to slow down. So he's not sure if Stewart's going to make it home, if they're going to send him home. He has to slide head first into third, but you look at the reaction. He was one of the guys, one of the more boisterous guys coming out after Alex Rodriguez got hit there in the 2nd inning, and I'm sure that's a pretty sweet redemption for him also. So a lot of Yankees get redemption this inning.
And Britton just giving up 3 of Dempster's runs, meaning the Dempster still will remain winless against the Yankees in his career. And quickly the Red Sox have the bullpen up again. Right-hander Brandon Workman starts to throw, and he's getting ready presumably for Soriano and Rodriguez. First, though, it's Ichiro with Cano on deck, and the infield now in for Boston, as this game has changed dramatically here in the 6th inning. Ichiro 1 for 3, singled and scored in the 3rd.
Crucky, how do you adjust being 30 feet closer to a hitter in a situation like this?
Well, it
defensively.
Depends on who's hitting. Some of them you're holding your breath.
Chopper to short. Gardner coming home. And they got him.
Well, this is a contact play put on by the Yankees, hoping that, you know, if Ichiro does hit it on the ground, he hits one of those choppers that he hits it that stay up in the air. But this is just a one-hopper to Drew. Very easy play, no chance for Gardner. Still not a fan of that play. The contact play, just, you know, yeah, sometimes it works, but it has to be a perfectly hit ball for it to work. A high chopper or a ball to the right or left the infielder. Anything at an infielder, you're just giving them an out. Now, if Ichiro doesn't steal second, you don't have a man in scoring position anymore.
For your best hitter.
Exactly.
Cano, the batter, takes outside, ball 1.
I've never understood the play from the standpoint of you're not fooling anybody. You're not tricking anybody. So why would you not let the ball go through?
A 4-run inning for the Yankees in a much quieter crowd here with Fenway than we've seen most of the night.
And I can tell you, it's not just a 4-run inning. It's a 4-run inning started by that guy. If you're Boston, and that's a pain point.
That guy being Alex Rodriguez, who led off the inning with a home run straightaway center. Second of the season. Easily again.
I'm gonna try to make this. I talked to Bob Gibson at length one time. Had the honor when I was a young player. He talked about drilling people. He said, "Hey, half the guys I drilled, I didn't try to, because the really good players always found a way to come back." He talked about Frank Robinson. Every time he hit him, he said, "Frank, get a home run off me in the next at bat." I couldn't help but think about that when Alex came up in his next two at bats.
We're going to talk about two tough guys, Bob Gibson and Frank Robinson. Imagine what those battles must have been.
Well, it was funny because it was part of an interview we were doing together, and I was such a big fan of his, so I'm running out all his stats, and I said, your reputation for hitting people, and he said, half the guys I hit, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to throw the ball in, and I wasn't sure whether to say yeah, right, or.
Tells you all you need to know. He's with Bob Gibson. He's telling Bob Gibson his stats. I probably could have come up with 100 other questions to ask you instead. Back in '68, you.
Hey man, 1.12 is 1.12.
You ain't lying.
And another shocking revelation. What? Robinson Cano tried to bunt.
Yeah.
Pulled the bat back, but.
To me, part of it is recognizing the guy hitting behind me is the hottest hitter on the planet. But I'd much rather,
if you were pitching, would you say, "Oh, good"?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's where it's dangerous right here for Britton.
And here's where Cano has matured and changed. And I had a chance to face him when he was a young hitter, and one of the reasons I thought he was not easy to get out, but easier because he was so aggressive. He would chase so much, and he's really narrowed down his approach and narrowed down his strike zone.
Full count.
I am shocked the shoes are still on Cano on that pitch. That just screams 3-1. You've got to set dead red. Let it loose. He's scratching his head like, what do you think I was thinking there?
Ichiro will be running.
Because Britton knows if he doesn't get him out, he's coming out of the game with Soriano coming up next. He's liable throwing the slider right here, and if he makes a great pitch, he can get Cano out.
Little looper, base hit. And the inning continues. The night will not continue for Britton.
And this is why you don't run on contact.
So the Yankees have cashed 4 already this inning, and John Farrell's going back to the pen for the right-hander Brandon Work. It started with Alex Rodriguez launching one to deep center. And then Brett Gardner with the bases clearing triple. The Yankees have the lead.
He did. Check this out. Look at this. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Man, you can really rock out. Is your neck okay?
For a limited time, buy a Samsung Galaxy S4 and get a Galaxy Tab 2 or Note 8 for $199.99.
He's a 20 years straight, get to work on time. He's loved one woman for all his life. Everybody knows he ain't just tough, he's strong.
The all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado. Strong for all the roads ahead.
Alert! The beach on your TV is much closer than it appears. Go and smell the roses!
Dive into Labor Day with up to 50% off hotels at Travelocity. Sky Vodka, passion for perfection.
Yankees up 7-6, top of the 6th here at Fenway Park. A 4-run inning is not over yet for the New York Yankees. Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you've got to get DirecTV. Right-hander Brandon Workman is into the game with the Boston Red Sox. The Red Sox have a lot of injuries in the pen, so that's what Britton and Workman getting an opportunity. 8th appearance of the season for the Red Sox for Workman. A couple of stints with the Red Sox this year. Made his major league debut just over a month ago. He has been both a starter and a reliever in his limited appearances for Boston this year. Yankees with Ichiro at second, Cano at first, 2 down, and Alfonso Soriano, by recent standards, having a very quiet night. He's 0 for 3. He's due after what he's done the last 5 games. 15 hits, 5 homers, 18 RBIs. Ground out and a couple of fly balls tonight off the bat of Soriano. First pitch swinging, ground ball to short, inning over. But it's a productive inning for the New York Yankees, led by Arod and Gardner. They've got the lead.
When I say Xerox, I know what you're thinking. Transit fares, as in the 37 billion transit fares we help collect each year. No. Oh, right. You're thinking of the 1.6 million daily customer care interactions Xerox handles, or the 900 million health insurance claims we process. So it's no surprise to you that companies depend on today's Xerox for services that simplify how work gets done, which is pretty much what we've always stood for. With Xerox, you're ready for real business.
The wind's constant force should have disrupted man. Instead, man raised a sail and made farther his battle cry. The new Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2013 Truck of the Year, the most fuel-efficient half-ton truck on the road, achieving best-in-class 25 highway miles per gallon. Guts, glory, Ram.
Hello? 2 years is too long to wait. Introducing Jump from T-Mobile. Upgrade when you want, not when you're told. Get the Samsung Galaxy S4 for $0 down at participating T-Mobile stores now.
That's gonna go right in your glove. Oh, see that? Great job. Okay, now let's get ready for the ball. Here it comes. There you go.
Good catch! Perfect!
All right, now for the best part. Let's see your pour. Ooh, let's get those in the bowl. These are way too good to waste, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go for it. Around the bowl.
Share what you love with who you love. Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
They're great!
Good catch, Dad.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hang up tires.
Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Fenway Park, Yankees 7, Red Sox 6. 4-run top of the 6th inning for the Yankees. The A-Rod homer, the Brett Gardner 3-run triple. Remaining in the game at short, Jason Nix, after running for Eduardo Nunez, who left with an apparent ankle injury, and still in the game, and conceivably in line for a win, although there's a long way to go. CC Sabathia. And for most of this night, Kurt sure didn't look like that was a possibility.
No, it didn't. But this is who he is from a makeup perspective. He knows getting deep in the game is a big deal. I still think the Drew strikeout, which seems like about 3 hours ago, to end the last half inning, he knows it wasn't huge. It ends up being an enormous out now. But this is where I felt for the last 15, 20 years, the Yankees were different because there's 3.5 innings left, but one of those innings, Mariano Rivera is going to throw. So it changes the offensive perspective and the outlook.
And CC walks the leadoff man. Rivera making his way down to the bullpen between innings. A rarity, 3 consecutive blown saves. although still one of the best, and still a remarkable performer at 43 years of age.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind handing him the ball whenever he wanted it. He's just been that great, that special, and still.
But even now, he still makes managers manage differently.
Top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury. A walk and a couple of strikeouts. Now, Red Sox fans are screaming a fastball up and in, throw him out of the game, warnings have been issued. Good no call, as they say, by Brian Honora. Obviously, no intent given the situation. Sabathia's not throwing at him here.
On a one-run game this late in the game, you wouldn't think he would be. Especially after he walked the first hitter.
You have to throw a strike in the inning. Left-hander Boone Logan, right-hander Sean Kelly. Pitching coach Larry Rothschild.
Rothschild told him, look, we got two righties coming up next. Even though Shane Victorino's a switch hitter, he's only hitting right-handed. Because of that hamstring injury, give me everything you got on this guy, and then we're going to go to our pen.
For nothing, we've talked about his stuff. That's 11 walks in his last two starts. They're going to count one as intentional. He went 3-0 before he walked him. And that's the challenge for CC is to manage stuff. You got to have command. But he's battling.
He's battling. Comes in 10-10 with a 4.66 ERA. The ace of the staff for the Yankees all year has been Hiroki Kuroda. He's got some of the best numbers that any starter in the American League has, and Ivan Nova's come back with a vengeance recently, pitching extremely well. Andy Pettit had really been struggling, but he picked up a win Friday night. Phil Hughes is the 5th starter for the Yankees. Foul ball off the screen in front of the Yankee third base dugout.
I've always looked at the Yankee young players almost as coming out, unless they're highly touted, they come up in obscurity. Brett Gardner's a very good player. But around from fans on the team, you don't really know who he is. Nova's actually throwing very, very well. But the Sabathias and the Jeters and the Rodriguezes tend to take a lot of the spotlight around them away. And they develop into good players, and people act surprised.
Seems sometimes the prospects the Yankees hype the most don't end up becoming what they're supposed to be, and like you said, the ones who are kind of flying under the radar turn into more than people expect they will be. They get a chance almost by accident and make the most of it.
Well, it's a challenge for a team that tends to go out and spend a lot through free agency, and I mean late 90s, early to mid 90s, they were a very deep minor league organization with the Pettits and the Jeters and those guys coming up. But they spend, and when they spend, that takes a roster spot from a guy who would be a prospect.
2-2 again. Fouled off again.
Yeah, this is his third and final trip to the well. You saw back-to-back 94s there. He knows it. This is a huge moment in the game, and he's given this every pitch right here is with everything he has.
If he's got one good slider down the way, he better throw it here.
Oh. Down and in, but the slider catches the inside corner for a strike, much to the dismay of Jacoby Ellsbury.
Sometimes the backdoor slider, the outside slider that comes in the front door is the best pitch in the world.
Here's CeCe's last pitch of the game. Tony Pena coming to get him, and that's a nasty pitch right there. Even though, because of where he was locating his fastball in on Ellsbury, so Ellsbury had to respect it, and he throws it slider away, gets him looking.
Sean Kelly, the right-hander, into the game. Sabathia leaves with a one-run lead here in the 6th.
Exposed, vulnerable, unprotected. It's your garage floor, but it has hope. The beautiful protection of Rust-Oleum Epoxy Shield, a showroom quality coating you can roll on yourself, providing the legendary strength of our cross-linking technology, backed by a no-peel promise, so you get a gorgeous finish with incredible durability. Performance has never looked so amazing. Find out more at Rust-Oleum.com/Epoxy Shield.
For the billions of smartphone photographers, the first smartphone to put the camera first. Meet the Windows Phone Nokia Lumia 1020. With 41 megapixels and reinvented zoom, nothing else comes close.
A man and his truck, and a broken fence, and a lost calf, and the heart to search for as long as it takes, and the truck that lets him search for as long as it takes. The all-new Chevy Silverado, the most fuel-efficient V8 in a pickup, strong for all the roads ahead.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hang-up tires.
Not an easy night for CeCe Sabathia, in and out of trouble all night long, but somehow found a way to hang around long enough and got enough offense to lead with a lead. 7-6, bottom 6, runner at first, one out. Right-hander Sean Kelly facing Shane Victorino, who didn't like the call. Victorino batting for the right side exclusively these days because of a hamstring injury. Does not feel as comfortable, can't get enough power, enough of a base underneath him for the left side, so he's batting righty all the way. The Yankees know it, so they bring the righty in to face him. And the on-deck hitter, Dustin Pedroia. And Kelly has been a find for the Yankees this year. Picked up in the offseason from Seattle for a minor leaguer. Has some very good numbers. And has been nasty against right-handed hitters.
Those are actually ridiculously good numbers.
This is where a switch hitter who has to bat right-hand due to injury, this is where his issue is. He struggles with breaking balls anyway against left-handed pitching when he's batting right-handed. But you know, when you don't see this for however many years he's been switch hitting, it's remarkable that he had a decent pass at the one breaking ball he was throwing.
Kelly gets him. Well, Kurt, break down CeCe Sabathia's night. It was not easy.
Well, listen, the line score is not pretty. He's not going to be happy with it. 2 huge at-bats. Last inning when he had the base load, he 5-pitch walk. He comes back and makes 3 nasty pitches to get Drew out and kind of preserve, not give up a quick number, keep the game. Now, they jump ahead. This at-bat against Ellsbury, these are the pitches that set up pretty much a slider in the middle. Jamming him. That ball's in the middle of the plate, but he can't leak to it because he's got those 2 pitches in front of that. Outstanding job to finish that. That's who he is from a makeup. He's not happy about the line score, but he left his team, got a chance to win the game.
That's some crooked numbers, as they say, but as we say, could wind up with a W. Responsible for Middlebrooks at first. 2 down, the batter Pedroia. And a quick 0-2 count.
It's at 12 base runners and 5 2/3. I mean, that's that's not who he is. And again, I went through something like this. Is not fun. You don't enjoy this, but if your team can find a way to win when you're struggling and battling, you go to bed, you go to sleep pretty good at night.
The game is so important for both teams. The Red Sox trying to hold off Tampa Bay atop the division. The Yankees just trying to scratch and claw their way back into any kind of a playoff race. 8.5 out of the East, 6.5 out of the wild card race. Mano gobbles it up, and the inning is over. End of 6 at Fenway in this back and forth affair. Arod's going to lead it off. Yankees up by 1.
This is our Autobahn, our formula track, our oval. They can have the asphalt. We'll take everything else. Only off-road with the Gator that's right for you. See them in action at johndeere.com/Gator. Hurry in and get $500 off select Gator utility vehicles at your John Deere dealer.
My fantasy team keeps my spirits alive, but I haven't shagged fly ball since 2005.
So seize the day and swing away.
Run out your grounders and knock off your clay.
Swing away, swing away. Work up a thirst by the end of the day. Vanilla 64, Vanilla 64. To getting our fitness with beer as our witness to Vanilla 64.
10:43, bright sunny day, innocent people.
You and Ms. Howe are defending the accused terrorist.
At the highest level of government,
there are powers at play that neither you nor I may even hope to control.
there is a secret.
The bomber was working for MI5.
British intelligence brought him in as a double agent. And that's where it all went wrong.
Someone would do anything to protect.
We're being watched.
From the producers of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
What the hell have you got yourself into?
Closed Circuit. Rated R.
For decades, beaches looked the same until one man changed summers forever with a pair of scissors, creating the bikini. Creative thinking goes into everything we build. This is the Mazda way. So at the Mazda New Model Celebration, you'll find our newest models, not closeouts, with our latest technology, innovations, and bold designs. See your Mazda dealer today. See the all-new revolutionary Mazda 3 in dealerships this month. What do you drive?
The Yankees up 7-6 on the Red Sox as we go to the 7th. An eventful night for Alex Rodriguez, to say the least. Drilled on a 3-0 pitch by Ryan Dempster. Joe Girardi ejected because Dempster wasn't ejected. And then in the 6th inning, 2 at-bats later, it's Arod who drills one straight away center field. And lots of emotion for Alex Rodriguez as he rounds the bases, hitting a home run off Dempster. Now he leads off this 7th. Facing Brandon Workman. 7-6 New York. Both the hit by pitch, which resulted in the bullpens and benches emptying briefly, and the home run. You could see the energy in the Yankees. You could see it on the field. You could see it in the dugout.
But Joe Girardi came up fired out. Brett Gardner came out fired up. Yeah, and this is something that, you know, Kurt, you well know, this could really jumpstart a team.
This reminds me of the game in '04 when we were possibly not going to play, and all the things happened, and Alex ended up getting hit, and then Billy Miller hits a walk-off off Mariano, and a couple days later we kind of got propelled. They look like they're full of life and some energy tonight.
Another hit for Rodriguez.
Earlier when Alex Sox came back, when he first came back from the hip injury, you could tell he was trying to swing more with his upper body. We didn't trust that left hip, but watch how that left hip is clearing now, and he's getting more of the barrel of the bat to the ball, where before he was trying to force power with his upper body and not using those hips. But look at that left hip fire out now. That tells you that he's starting to feel comfortable. He's trusting that the hip is fine, and he's letting it go. That home run to center also tell you that too.
Big swing and a miss by Curtis Granderson, who was doubled and grounded out twice. Yankees off tomorrow. They've got the Blue Jays for a doubleheader on Tuesday. The Red Sox are in San Francisco tomorrow night. Game you can see on ESPN2. Granderson telling Arod, stay right there.
I think actually half of the Red Sox rotation is in San Francisco now.
Yes, I think John Lester and Jake Peavy are both there already, as is David Ross. Apparently he's going to come off the DL. He's been on the DL with a concussion.
Probably get a start tomorrow.
David Ross?
I guess.
Yeah. Red Sox, instead of flying tonight, landing there in the wee hours of the morning, they're going to sleep at home tonight and then fly tomorrow. And to get to San Francisco kind of early to mid-afternoon, go right to the ballpark. Probable starters tomorrow night on ESPN2, John Lester and Tim Lincecum.
Those Lincecum numbers don't look too pretty, but he's starting to find it.
Making those adjustments.
He is.
Chopper left side. There's one. Not in time at first. And that's 5-6 on the put out at second base. Now Arod getting a little extra attention on his way back to the third base dugout.
Because of the shift, you see where Middlebrooks is playing normal shortstop position, and Stephen Drew has to take the throw, and Alex peels off right there. I think that with his dislike for the Red Sox tonight, he might have taken a shot at Drew cleanly.
Strike to Jason Nix.
I bet you Drew was thinking the same thing.
Absolutely.
You don't get a lot of free ones.
Next coming on as a pinch runner for Eduardo Nunez, who left with an injury. It looked like an ankle injury a couple of innings ago. Stays in the game at short. Mentioned Derek Jeter's name a little bit earlier. He's down at the Yankees complex in Tampa. As the runner goes, pitch swung on and missed. Throw down, not in time. Yankees are in a running mood tonight. Nunez had a couple earlier. Now Granderson.
Well, they have to. You saw that. I mean, you said the stats. Last in slugging percentage. That means they're not hitting a lot of balls out of the ballpark. They have to get these jumps. And Workman, even though his leg kicks is pretty quick, you watch his arm. It has a kind of a hitch in his delivery, and that gives you that extra second right there for Granderson to get in. And Saltamaki threw it on the shortstop side of the base.
Petey did try to sell that tag, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Blocked by Saltalamacchia. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And I mocked and make fun. This is an art. I didn't realize this. I played with Cal Ripken and watched. He practiced that in the wintertime. That slap tag, get the glove up. A lot of times you don't even have to touch the runner. You just got to get the glove down and up. There's an art to it.
Fenway Park, lots of electricity in the ballpark all night long here tonight as the Yankees and Red Sox try to settle this 3-game series. Yankees winning on Friday night, the Red Sox winning yesterday.
And they're pretty deep in the middle infield. Pedroia's trying to jockey Granderson back with 1 out. They're not really keeping him that close. He can get such a huge lead.
And that's all for Nix.
And now with 2 outs, it's seemingly irrelevant.
And John Farrell's back on his way out to the mound. Got the left-hander Franklin Morales ready in the pen, and left-hand hitting Lyle Overbay due up. And he has made the move. For those tuning in looking for Sports Center, it's coming your way over on ESPN News. We are here at Fenway Park. Yankees and Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. The left-hander Morales on his way in with the Yankees up 7-6 in the 7th.
For sensitive skin, there's Fusion Pro Glide. Our micro-thin blades are thinner than a surgeon's scalpel for our gentlest shave. Switch to Fusion Pro Glide. Gillette, the best a man can get.
They'll see you before you see them. Cops are cracking down on drinking and driving. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Hey, dude. Check this out. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Man, you can really rock out. Is your neck okay?
Act quickly. For a limited time, all Galaxy phones and tablets are zeroed down at activation, including the Galaxy S4 at T-Mobile.
What do women want? This is Kate. She likes a man with a little hair on his chest.
But definitely not on his back.
Whatever style she likes, make sure it looks perfect. Trim, shave, and edge with the Pro Glide Styler. Gillette, the best a man can get.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Audi. Truth in engineering. Kellogg's Frosted Flakes cereal. They're great. Xerox. With Xerox, you're ready for real business. And Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Dan Schulman, John Kruk, Kurt Schilling, Buster Olney. The whole crew for Sunday Night Baseball here at Fenway. 7th inning. Yankees 7, Red Sox 6. Left-hander Franklin Morales is into the game now for Boston. There's the left-hand hitting Lyle Overbay, who is not going to bat as the Yankees have summoned a pinch hitter. But first, Morales, who has spent a lot of time in the minors this year. He was on the DL as well, had a couple of stints on the DL, just activated a week ago, making his 8th appearance of the season with Boston, and he will not face Overbay. He will face a very frequent acquisition for the New York Yankees. Mark Reynolds is up to hit. He homered in his first at bat as a Yankee, and he has a lot of power, a lot of swings and misses, but a lot of power. With that home run Friday night in his first at bat here at Fenway.
This is a guy who from a pitching scouting perspective, he's got holes. You got to throw your fastball to him if you're going to throw it. Because if you're just a thrower, a hard thrower, he's going to find a way to put a ball in the seats.
Reynolds was with Cleveland earlier this year before being designated for assignment. Recently, he's had some huge power years, including a 44 home run season for Arizona back in 2009. He's hit 30 or more on 2 other occasions. But has also struck out 200 or more times in 3 separate seasons. But the Yankees have been in desperate need of some right-handed power. They got Soriano, and he's obviously done the job. They've got Arod back. Now they've got Reynolds to try to be a complement for Overbay at first base. Reynolds can also play third. As we showed you, 1 for 12 though with 6 strikeouts in his career against Morales. Little flare's going to drop in and score a run. Granderson crosses the plate, and the Yankees now lead 8-6.
just a spinning slider. It didn't look like it did anything, but
he still got in on him. He jammed him just up.
And the way they were playing the shift, that was the worst thing to do is jam him, because when you get jammed, you usually hit it up either the center or the other way.
Now Chris Stewart 0 for 2 with a walk. The Red Sox were up 6-3. The Yankees with 4 in the 6th on a home run by Alex Rodriguez and a 3-run triple by Brett Gardner. Now they add a run with a big 2-out base hit by Mark Reynolds here in the 7th. Stewart sends a ball high and deep left center field, but caught on the track by Ellsbury to end the inning. 7th inning stretch at Fenway. Yankees 8, Red Sox 6.
I'm a totally different man. You could do one thing only. Incline training is it.
It eliminated that fat. Just get up and walk.
You want to change your life, then you need to step up to the X9 from Nordic Track. What makes the X9 the best calorie burning machine on the planet? Incline. Going up, now you're burning twice the calories. You want more? Take it all the way to 40% incline for 5 times the calorie burn.
The X9 is one of the fastest ways ever to burn calories.
And all you have to do is walk.
Plus, the X9 comes with iFit, powered by Google Maps, so you can work out anywhere.
Burn fat jogging on the beaches of Fiji. Shed pounds hiking the Swiss Alps.
With iFit, the X9 automatically adjusts, so your workout follows the terrain.
You can most definitely shed calories and burn fat.
You can just walk the calories off.
Get this amazing machine for $0 down and free shipping, $150 value.
To order, call 1-800-383-4153 or go online today.
Getting together to do some good. Priceless. Spend $10 or more with your MasterCard when you dine out, and MasterCard will donate up to $4 million to Stand Up to Cancer, one precious cent at a time.
He's a 20 years straight, get to work on time. He's loved one woman for all his life. Everybody knows he ain't just tough, he's strong.
The all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado. Strong for all the roads ahead.
She knows you like no one else, and you wouldn't have it any other way. But your erectile dysfunction? You know, that could be a question of blood flow. Cialis Tadalafil for daily use helps you be ready anytime the moment's right. You can be more confident in your ability to be ready. And the same Cialis is the only daily ED tablet approved to treat ED and symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently or urgently. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medications and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sexual activity. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or if you have any allergic reactions such as rash, hives, swelling of the lips, tongue, or throat, or difficulty breathing or swallowing, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis for daily use and a 30-tablet free trial.
Busy Sunday of baseball around the major leagues, and it's not over yet. Bottom of the 7th here at Fenway as we check out the game track. Both CC Sabathia and Ryan Dempster labored their way into the 6th inning. Sabathia's got a shot at a win here tonight, and Alex Rodriguez drilled by Dempster in the 2nd, homered off Dempster in the 6th. A big reason why the Yankees have an 8-6 lead as they try to take the series and pick up a very important win for them, both psychologically, you would think, and in the standings. They can ill afford to let anything slip away if they're going to make a run at a playoff spot. Mark Reynolds stays in the game at first base after pinch hitting for Lyle Overbay. And the new pitcher for the Yankees is veteran left-hander Boone Logan, making his 51st appearance of the season already, but he is one of your true left-handed specialists, just 33 2/3. Look at the strikeout to walk ratio, show 45/10 so far this year for Logan.
But power, and their whole bullpen has been one of the reasons why they're 8.5 and not 18.5 with the injuries that they have. But like I said, the last 3 innings of a game against the Yankees has always been different because the guy, the guy that's getting the last 3 outs.
That's the guy there. He's had some bumps in the road recently. If they got a save situation tonight, he's obviously the guy. Still having a great year. The overall number is still great, even with the 3 recent blown saves. It'll be David Ortiz, Johnny Gomes, and Jared Saltalamacchia. Ortiz tonight walked in the first, drove in a run on a ground ball in the third, and hit a ground rule double in the 5th. Foul ball.
Interesting to me how many, just watching the game in between pitches, how many baseballs that Yankee CC threw out a bunch. Boone Logan just threw out that ball. Every umpire rubs them up different, don't they?
1-1. Pulled foul again by Ortiz. 1-2 on a big poppy.
I think he wanted that one.
I think it sounded like he wanted a different result. He knows he missed it.
And Logan gets him, and Ortiz, one angry guy.
Every time I got a guy, you could hear that from the mound, how upset he was about missing the last one. You know he's feeling good in the ground. I needed to make a pitch here. If I could throw it in that same spot, I knew I was going to get a swing. Making it go, he wanted to make it go down to the strike zone in that same spot. He did. He made a good pitch right there.
It's 95 too, running down and in on
doesn't hurt that it's 95.
If you like that stuff.
Now Johnny Gomes 0 for 2 and a sac fly. So Sabathia goes 5 1/3. He gives up 6 earned runs. Got a chance to get the win. Dempster goes 5 1/3. He gave up 7 earned runs. 3 of them scored after he left the game as Drake Britton allowed the bases clearing triple to Brett Gardner. Dempster could get saddled with a loss here tonight.
One of the more telling numbers out of those two lines, 210 combined pitches.
And neither guy got through the 6th.
Nope.
I wonder why it's only the bottom of the 7th at midnight.
Ball 3. They're hanging in there, though. They don't mind staying up late.
Well, that's because, you know, in the Yankee Red Sox game, until the 27th that was made, something can happen.
Is that the right time?
Oh, and maybe a cross up there as Stewart didn't catch that, and that one hit Onora flush. I don't know if Chris Stewart even got a piece of that. We saw a little professional courtesy earlier tonight when Onona took care of Stewart. Now it's the other way around, and you hope they didn't get him up in the throat. Oh, man.
Wow. I don't know how this was. This couldn't be a cross-up. It's 3-0.
You just missed it? Well, and thank goodness it looks like the throat protector took part of the impact, but it certainly didn't take it all. Stewart just apologizing there to Onora, I guess, for missing that pitch somehow.
Unless they're using intricate signs with no one on base.
Nobody on, 3-0, throwing a fastball.
Yeah. Tying run at the plate, Jared Saltalamacchia. Ground ball to short. And the Yankees turn it and end the inning. 7 in the books at Fenway. Yankees 8, Red Sox 6.
Not looking. Just want to know if your friend is staying for dinner. Use this and hurry up. Your smothered burrito's getting cold. Gabriel, you forgot your satchel. Don't work late. It's Uncle Teddy's birthday tonight. Oh, she's cute. How was your day? Did you ask Mr. Scudolero for that promotion? Dinner's on the table. Smothered burritos.
Sometimes it's good to get smothered. Smothered in savory enchilada sauce and tasty melted cheese, Taco Bell's new smothered burrito is smothered in everything you love.
He's a 20 years straight, get to work on time. He's loved one woman for all his life. Everybody knows he ain't just tough, he's strong.
The all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado. Strong for all the roads ahead.
Goodyear, a standard of performance, decades in the making. With all-season control, trusted by experts. Push to the limits here to help you on the road with superior responsiveness. Because everything we learn setting a higher standard inspires what we roll into the new Eagle Sport all season. Goodyear, more driven.
They paved the way for equality, breaking down barriers with dignity and determination. Major League Baseball acknowledges the struggle of these pioneering players and celebrates their triumph. Join MLB Network in Chicago for the 2013 Civil Rights Game as Adrian Beltre and the Rangers take on Alexi Ramirez and the White Sox. Join Harold Reynolds and Matt Vasgersian for the MLB Civil Rights Game. Go to findmlbnetwork.com for channel number.
Yes, that's right.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Mas. And in part by the all-new 2014 Chevrolet Impala, which proudly supports the craft of baseball. Learn more at ChevyBaseball.com. And Travelocity. The world is waiting. Go and smell the roses. On to the 8th inning here at Fenway, with the Yankees still leading the Red Sox by a score of 8-6. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV. John Kruk, Kurt Schilling, Buster Olney, I'm Dan Schulman. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. And in front of a packed house at Fenway, the Yankees come up in the 8th inning. Brett Gardner, one of the biggest hits of the night, maybe the biggest hit of the night. The 3-run triple in the 6th. Facing Franklin Morales. That hit turned a 6-4 deficit into a 7-6 lead. Yankees, as we mentioned earlier, have 31 of their last 40 games against, including tonight, against divisional opponents, against teams from the American League East. No team in baseball will play more games against its own division down the stretch than the New York Yankees. They play 7 more after tonight against the Red Sox, 6 against the Rays, 7 against the Orioles, and 10 against the last place Blue Jays. As Morales misses up an inning. The Yankees with a chance to maybe do some damage against a couple of teams they're chasing or trying to chase down, the Rays and Orioles, not to mention the Red Sox. They're also 8-1 against Toronto this year. Big swing and a miss by Gardner, 2-2. The Red Sox, meanwhile, we mentioned they go west to San Francisco and LA this week, and then they go to Colorado in the last week of the season for a 2-game series. They got a lot of games in National League parks still to come. Junichi Tozawa is up in the Red Sox pen. So for the Red Sox, one concern, guys, is they're going to lose David Ortiz's bat at times. Coming up, John Farrell telling us he'd like to get Ortiz into 3 or 4 of the 6 games that they'll have coming up in San Francisco and Los Angeles as a first baseman.
Yeah, and you know, he mentioned it, and we asked Kurt. Yeah, he's an adequate enough first baseman that will get by, but you have to have that bat in the lineup as much as you can. And
I mean, he can play first. It's just he's obviously what you'd expect from a range perspective.
And that curveball hits Gardner. Let's go back to the incident where Brian O'Nora was hit. Watch and listen to Brian O'Nora taking one right in the throat.
That's ball 4.
Still getting it done through the pain, telling everybody it's ball 4.
That's a man there.
Yep.
My job is more important. If he didn't have that throat protector on, that could have been.
Good punt by Ichiro. Not even a throw. Yankees at first and second.
How about that Yankee baseball, huh? Hit by pitch, a bunt for a hit, steal a base.
Just to jump back to that O'Nora, that was a very awkward thing. Everything about that was awkward.
Nothing awkward about that bunt, though, by Ichiro. And you know, you had to be expecting lefty on lefty. There's probably going to be a sacrifice, and that's a sacrifice. That's not a bunt for a base hit. He squared it around early. He brought the bat around early enough that you could charge, but he put it in such a perfect spot that there's nothing anyone can do.
So the Yankees up 8-6 and threatening again. First and second, nobody out here in the 8th. Robinson Cano is the batter. He's 3 for 4.
Maybe he'll bunt with the Yankees' new offensive game plan.
Takes outside, ball 1. Ichiro with his second hit of the night on that bunt single. We mentioned a little bit earlier he's closing in on a milestone. Getting some attention here, getting a ton of attention in Japan. If you combine his hits in Japanese professional baseball, and here he's now 3,997. There for a strike.
And the way this game's going, he could get 4, 5, 6 more at bats in it. Bet no one's ever got their 4,000th hit at 4 in the morning.
I would think.
My guess.
You don't think Rose or Cobb did?
Nope.
Might be immediately followed by the Red Sox flight to San Francisco at 10 a.m.
Well, as baseball fans know, and as Kurt knows better than a lot of people, haven't played in a lot of these games, Yankee Red Sox games are rarely quick. And the numbers back that up. Over the last 10 seasons, the average Yankee Red Sox game has been 31 minutes longer than the average Major League game.
That 322 would have been a quick one, I think, when I was. Listen, it's a 143-game baseball season and a 19-game NFL season. Every one of these series games right here is played like a Sunday Patriot game.
3-1.
So it's your fault.
Well, yeah, it is, sure. But you know what? It's part of the beauty of playing here. You don't get this anymore. We had people lining up at 5 o'clock in the morning for spring training games against the Yankees. But that's a special thing to be a part of. And the fans in both ballparks make it very memorable.
And a full count on Cano. I get Honora again.
No, that got salty on the floor.
Yeah. SportsCenter currently airing on ESPN News, and you'll see it here on ESPN at the conclusion of the ball game. You'll get more from Fenway Park, all the latest surrounding the Yankees and Red Sox. The Dodgers lost today, beaten by the Phillies, as Ryan Sandberg gets his first major league win as a manager. And the Sunday conversation with RG3. Cano swings and misses for out number 1. And with a couple of righties coming up, that means John Farrell's on his way back out to the mound. That's all for Franklin Morales. Junichi Tazawa will come in to face Alfonso Soriano and Alex Rodriguez. Franklin Morales gets Cano, and he'll leave a 2-on, 1-out situation for Tazawa. The Yankees leading and looking for more here in the top of the 8th.
The Mitsubishi 2013 Summer Sales Event is here, with more reasons to get out and drive. How far you go is up to you. The Mitsubishi 2013 Summer Sales Event, with 0% APR for 60 months on our most popular models like the Lancer, Outlander, and Outlander Sport. No matter which Mitsubishi is right for you, the time to own one is now.
Before they earned enough cash back from Bank of America to help take the show on the road. Before they earned 1% back on all purchases, everywhere, every time, and 2% back at the grocery store. Even before earning 3% back on gas, with no hoops to jump through, Red Meg got a Bank Americard Cash Rewards credit card and got the band back together. That's the sweet sound of rewarding connections. Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
225, 45, R17. That's right? Set, hunt!
At Yokohama, pioneering technology to produce the best performing tires in the world is all part of our game plan.
Buy a set of 4 select Yokohama tires now through September 1st and get a $60 Visa prepaid card during the Summer Joyride promotion. See participating Yokohama dealers for details.
Need help?
Yeah. Well, my ride's been losing power and gas mileage, and I've been thinking about grabbing...
That's thinking with your motorhead. Gum Out products are backed by science, real science, so they help improve performance, increase fuel efficiency, and protect key engine parts. It's not clean until it's Gum Out clean. Bring it in.
Think with your motorhead. Choose Gum Out. Available at your local retailer today.
It has been a fairly typical Yankee-Red Sox game. A little drama, a little controversy, a little offense, a lot of pitches, and it's still going here in the 8th inning with the Yankees leading the Red Sox 8-6, out hitting them 14-7. The 5th pitcher of the night for Boston is right-hander Junichi Tazawa, who will face Alfonso Soriano with 2 on and 1 out. Tazawa and Koji Uehara, 2 very important pieces of the Red Sox pen. Remember the injuries to the likes of Joel Hanrahan, Andrew Bailey, Andrew Miller, and Tazawa with some very good numbers. 60 walks or 60 strikeouts rather, and 9 walks this season. And what's wrong with Alfonso Soriano? He's in a slump.
Taking too many pitches.
After tearing it up, 15 for 22, 5 homers his last 5 games, 0 for 4 tonight.
Still hitting 682 though. 0 for 4. Ugh.
That's one of the things about these Red Sox Yankee games. You can go 0 for 8 and have it all be in one game.
Before the 7th.
Yeah.
You can go 0 for 6 and still have a chance to win a ball game in the 9th inning, right?
You can make 5 outs and still have a 3-hit day.
Yep. Fastball up and away at 95, ball 2. It's like a little league game. You got a kid whose shoelaces untied.
Couldn't have tied him in the bullpen. No one would have saw him.
He just, that pitch he threw, I think it came untied right there.
Hey, like a hitter coming out of his shoes. I mean, he looks up on the board and sees a guy's hitting 660 something. Better come up with something pretty special.
Great speed on for the Yankees. Gardner at second, Ichiro at first. Foul ball.
You see know the difference between the bat Alfonso Soriano uses and the rest of baseball. 35-inch, 34 ounce. He got jammed and didn't break. Lives to see another pitch.
Is that about as heavy and long a bat as anybody is using in baseball?
I would
35,
imagine,
34,
yeah.
I mean, the last guy swinging that was like Paul Bunyan.
So how does he do it? How does a guy who looks like he weighs 180 pounds?
Hey, look how big the head of the bat is. All he does is drop it. It's just all the weight's in the head of the bat.
He throws that thing.
You ever witnessed that?
Yeah, he hit a home run off me in the game, I think, in 01.
Yeah.
Now batting the third baseman, number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Arod tonight hit by a pitch and scored in the second. Grounded out, drove in a run in the third. Homered in the 6th, singled in the 7th. And Pedroia doesn't get him. Ball came up on him in his midsection, couldn't make the play, couldn't find it. Arod is safe and the inning continues.
Well, this is a tough one here because he got jammed. There's a lot of spin on that ball. And you see how it deflected off the glove, then off the hand of Pedroia. And then when it hit his hand, it bounced so far away from him. He didn't have time to make up that ground. Alex wasn't really running hard out of the box. As soon as he saw Pedroia drop it, though, he turned it on. I wonder if that's going to come back to haunt him.
That scored a hit.
Pedroia, can't give him an error.
Wow.
Playing in Boston.
Wow.
It's a good scorekeeper.
Here's Granderson.
Believe it or not, I mean, it's something that players talk about as far as scorekeeping.
he had hit his hand and it rolled down his leg, and he didn't see where the ball was, and he kind of kneed it out in front of him and couldn't make up the ground.
And I bet you Petey would tell you that was an error.
100%.
But the problem is that it only works if everybody's home scorekeeper does the same thing. One guy can screw the whole system up.
Zawa takes something off, 1-1. He's only committed 4 errors this season, but he'd be the first to tell you that should be the 5th. Either way, leaves the door open for the Yankees to do more damage here in the top of the 8th. Running 2.
I'm expecting you're going to see another one of those. The split is feeling good right now.
Think he can elevate the fastball right here just to give him something to look at?
You could. I wouldn't, but you could.
Fastball at 96, splitter at 88.
And he was on that fastball. The only reason I don't throw that there is Curtis is such a good fastball hitter that I don't want to give him a chance. I know the split's going to be at the bottom of the zone, and I know it's going to be a ball.
Yeah, I'm talking above the white line.
Right.
There
No.
on
Yeah.
K-zone.
Yep. But that's not a pitch. That's the hardest pitch in the game to throw. Is that fastball up out of the zone in that little slot that the hitter chases because you don't practice it. Another fastball.
Overthrew that one.
Yeah, he did. And I always felt as a right-hander, the fastball into either a right or a left-handed hitter was the pitch you wanted to throw before a good split.
So a fastball away, and then a split?
No, fastball in and then a split, because away, if you get the hitter leaning away or thinking away, especially a lefty, he'll lean out and drop the bat head. When you come with a good fastball in, their first step is to protect in.
Yeah, but he threw the fastball away to Granderson and then came back with a split away. He's got to throw it one more time, doesn't he?
Yeah, 2 if need be.
Gardner almost halfway down the line as Granderson takes down and in. Ball 3, and now the runners will be on the move. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Gardner will be heading down the line from third. Ichiro from second, and Arod from first.
That's the one that would get me. There's no planet he should have taken that pitch on. It looked good the whole way in, and he took it. Now I got to throw a fastball here.
And this is where a fastball could lock him up. He might be sitting on split. Throws a fastball at the knees. He could take it.
Popped him up. Draws a crowd. Gomes and left to end the inning as the Yankees leave the bases loaded. To the bottom of the 8th at Fenway. Boston coming up down a couple.
Now playing on DirecTV Cinema.
The most protected building on Earth has fallen.
The president is being held hostage.
Go back!
Open the gates of hell.
Yes, sir.
As a nation, we are never stronger than when tested. Today, we will rise united. This is our time.
Olympus has fallen. Movies start at Channel 125.
Let's compare sports on Dish and DirecTV. DirecTV has every football game every Sunday. Plus, MLB Extra Innings, Yes Network, MSG, SNY, Sportsnet, Goal TV, and interactive mix channels with bonus coverage of all of the golf and tennis majors. And Dish has none of these. The most sports programming. Another reason 30 million people agree. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
Take the best drinks from all across the Caribbean. Then, just freeze, crush, Squeeze them out and enjoy. Parrot Bay freeze and squeeze cocktails. So ready to parrot.
For decades, beaches looked the same until one man changed summers forever with a pair of scissors, creating the bikini. Creative thinking goes into everything we build. This is the Mazda way. So at the Mazda New Model Celebration, you'll find our newest models, not closeouts. With our latest technology, innovations, and bold designs. See your Mazda dealer today. See the all-new revolutionary Mazda 3 in dealerships this month. What do you drive?
A 9 for 9 film. The 99ers, Tuesday at 8 on ESPN.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Bottom of the 8th inning here at Fenway Park in Boston. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, and the Yankees still leading 8-6 over the Red Sox as the Sox come up in the bottom of the 8th, and a better setup man here to Major League Baseball in recent years. Right-handed David Robertson is on for the 55th time this year. Sub-2 ERA, great strikeout to walk ratio. And as we take a look at Hot Zone, brought to you by T-Mobile, we can see that he is awfully tough on left-handed batters.
Yeah, and that cutter is the pitch of choice for David Robertson, learned from Mariano Rivera. And you can see the up in the zone center. That's probably the one he tries to overthrow, get a little more maybe cut on it, and he leaves it up and it stays flat, and lefties can see that one, but everything else is pretty nasty.
So after all the back and forth and lead changes tonight, as far as the Yankees are concerned, they've gotten into the 8th inning. They got Robertson on the mound. They got Rivera for the 9th. Should the situation stay the same as it is right now? But remember, the Red Sox are one of the best offensive teams in baseball, just barely behind the Tigers for the most runs per game in the majors so far this year. And as everybody who has played at Fenway, watched games at Fenway knows, it is, to quote Yogi Berra, it ain't over till it's over at Fenway Park. You never know until that last out is recorded. So many crazy things have happened in this ballpark in late innings. Nava, Drew, Middlebrook, 7, 8, 9, facing Robertson. Sharp breaking ball for a strike.
That's one of the pitches that makes that hot cold you saw blue at the bottom. Mid-90s guy, you got to respect the fastball, the lefty. You got to be able to throw a ball down out of the zone. We were talking about this when CC came out of the game. That transition to Mo in the 9th inning. You don't like that bridge to be 3 innings long, but these relievers have done it pitch after pitch so far, hitter after hitter too.
Is that Sports Center? Sorry, guys or girls. I had to say that.
Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. Stewart down to Reynolds for out number 1.
We were talking earlier, CC struggled. CC had an outing that wasn't Sabathia-like, but their bullpen, pitcher after pitcher, big at-bats, big situations. Got Kelly coming in, making some big pitches, getting a chase, getting a ground ball from Petey to the lefty, Logan. Gets David, obviously anxious, makes a great pitch there, and then probably, if you're looking at the last couple innings, pitch of the game, last couple innings, gets a double play ball. Huge double play ball, and now you got this. His stuff is just filthy, But you saw that blue we talked about on the hot cold. You saw him get a chase below on the bottom of the strike zone because the cutter keeps him off the ball in the middle, and the fastball in as well.
So Mariano Rivera is starting to limber up out of the Yankees bullpen. 3 consecutive blown saves. The one thing you know for sure, it didn't rattle him. He's going to come in with the same stuff, same demeanor, same confidence, same poise that he's always had. Just missed.
So I'm out in the concourse today. We were going through our managers meetings, just speaking to a couple Red Sox employees. Ho hum. You wouldn't even know who it was if you didn't actually take a good look. You'd have thought he was a very unassuming man.
You know, the word that keeps coming to mind when I think about what he's done, who he is, and what he's doing this year is genuine. He is everything is what you see is real, and that to me is as impressive as anything.
What he's done at each visiting ballpark when he goes there for the last time, he has kind of a little town hall session. I think it's with 20 employees of that organization, and you know, just average Joes, people that are picked by the people in that city. He just talks to them, shares some time with them. Swing and a miss by Drew, and basically thanks them for the consideration and the hospitality they have shown him. And the Yankees have one more trip to Fenway Park, so he'll do that in September when they're back here for the last time. And we'll be back here then. That's 4 weeks from tonight, I believe. September the 15th, Yankees and Red Sox. That'll be our Sunday night game. We got the Red Sox and Dodgers next week.
Do we have any pull to make that a 7 o'clock start?
I guarantee you the players would be all for that.
Sent foul down the right side by Middlebrooks. On the Mariano Rivera farewell tour this year, he has received in Anaheim. He got a self-portrait.
Trevor Hoffman.
That's funny. Cowboy hat down in Texas. Boy, that looks a little out of place. Broken bat, a rocking chair of broken bats.
I thought that was the best.
That is a
that
great
was
one.
awesome.
That's great.
Although seeing him in the cowboy hat and boots was pretty cool too.
I think it was Ron Gardenhire's idea for the broken bat rocking chair.
He actually might have broken a couple of Gardy's bats back at the beginning of his career. Look at the boots. That's John Wetland. That's three pretty good closers right there. Wetland, Rivera, and Nathan. It's about 2.6 million saves.
Down the left field line. That's a fair ball. Middlebrooks into second base. He's doubled and a homer tonight, and is now 12 for 26 since returning from the minors.
Like a curveball right there by David Robertson, which you know, seems to be able to give a hitter a chance.
I think he was trying to do what he did the first two hitters, which is bury that curveball below the zone bounce. He got two chases out of it, left that ball up, and Will looks, if anything, he looks confident.
Well, you know, with Iglesias gone now, there's no one to look over his shoulder really, so he knows he's going to play, and they just relaxed him. Is what John Farrell told us.
Jacoby Ellsbury fouls one off.
I don't imagine it happened much in your career. You ever punch out 4 times in a game?
Just a playoff game, yeah, but thanks for bringing that up. We won, though.
Yeah. I don't imagine Jacoby would have a whole lot of 4 punch-out games in his career.
Again, the tying run at the plate for the Red Sox. 2 down in the 8th inning. Wild pitch, Middlebrooks to third.
Just a hard cutter that Robertson buried, but that's a ball catcher. Not that I'm a catcher, but they have to get over, not try to glove it, but try to block it. keep your chest down to the ground and let it hit and create that angle where the ball hits your chest and just bounces straight down. You try to glove it. If you don't catch it perfect, it's going to bounce away like that.
These games have to be tough on catchers, too. Down there for probably 180 pitches in some of these Yankee Red Sox games.
Yeah, the umpire's down there for 600 pitches.
Yep. I was so thinking fix that if they called more strikes.
I like that orange, though, on Stewart's nails.
Good luck, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to see it.
Yeah, orange is his color.
Got it. Oh, a nasty curveball from Robertson to end the inning. Robertson does his job in the 8th. 8 in the books at Fenway, and the Yankees lead 8-6.
The Little League World Series on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC.
Something this good can't be kept to yourself. The new Cool Ranch Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell are here.
Lydia dreams of being a marine biologist. So Best Buy dreamed up a store just for her. Surprise! We can outfit you from a range of Intel-powered 2-in-1 convertible laptops. Ones that split into tablets. Fast ones. Exclusive ones. Ones that speak jellyfish. Not really. Until we find what's perfect for you. Lydia, you're all set. Get a $50 gift card with any 2-in-1 convertible laptop. Best Buy, America's back-to-school tech fitter.
In the world's most watched city, 500,000 cameras know your every move.
This is a major incident.
Now, the largest terrorist attack in the country's history has exposed a conspiracy.
He was a double agent.
The government will do anything to hide.
We're being watched.
From the producers of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
What the hell have you got yourself into?
On August 28th, the only way out is to find the truth. Closed Circuit, rated R.
Top of the 9th inning at Fenway Park, and the Yankees in need of as many wins as they can get to try to get back into contention. Up 8-6 on the Red Sox. Alex Rodriguez and Brett Gardner, two of the big forces in the game tonight for the Yankees. Ruby De La Rosa becomes the 6th pitcher of the night for the Red Sox. And he was a part of that enormous trade with the Dodgers, and this is a guy who can bring it. 97, 98 miles an hour. Bottom third of the order for the Yankees. Nix, Reynolds, and Stewart. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th. Victorino, Pedroia, and Ortiz due up for the Red Sox. And you know who will be pitching for the Yankees. Well, you know who will be pitching for the Yankees.
Robertson. He's hot.
Or maybe 42.
Possibly.
Nix came on as a pinch runner for Eduardo Nunez, who, by the way, the official injury, we are told, is a strained left hamstring. There's some discomfort in his left hamstring. So although he jammed that right ankle, it looked like at a first base, it's the left hamstring that's apparently the issue. Nix came on the run for him and then struck out in his first plate appearance in the 7th inning. All-time saves leader Mariano Rivera.
Good call, Dan.
he looks tense.
Yes.
Yeah. Very nervous. Butterflies.
Uh-oh. She's done. She is done.
I've had enough.
Down the left field line, but foul.
What do you think that guy was rating himself against when he had the best husband ever shirt on? His buddies that are with him.
Yeah, the guy sleeping next to him.
Yeah.
What?
Maybe he is.
Yeah. 2 Yankee fans. You know how many times I saw like one with one and one with the other? Husband, Yankee, right? I was like, I don't know how that works.
Ooh, Nix gets hit. Mariano Rivera warming up for a possible save situation, depending on what happens here at the top of the 9th inning. 3 straight blown saves. First time in his career, Cruck. He gave up the base hit to Adam Dunn. Then take us through these 2 games against Detroit.
Leaked over the middle and the pitch to Detroit to get some Miguel Cabrera. Those are just pitches that, you know, most normal human beings would pop up or roll over, but not Miguel Cabrera. And then that was just a cutter that didn't run in enough on Victor Martinez, and he took him out. I mean, he made 3 mistakes to 3 great. Well, Adam Dunn can do some damage, but, you know, Miguel Cabrera, you know, sorry, he's the best hitter in the world. You know, he got him a couple times. Victor Martinez understands what it takes to drive in runs.
I can tell you this when I think back over 20 years, I have 4 or 5 very vivid images. When Alfonso Soriano hit the home run off me in the 2001 World Series, the first thing I remember was turning to my left, and as I'm turning left, I can remember seeing Mo getting up to take his jacket off, and my thought was, we just lost the World Series, because Mo doesn't blow saves in October.
Where's number 42? He's got 42 career postseason saves.
I was probably as impressed as anything after that. The composure, the grace.
Yeah.
Just a genuinely humble guy who still believe is the greatest ever at his position in sports.
Swing and a miss by Mark Reynolds. All-time leader in saves, all-time leader in postseason saves, 5 World Series championships, MVP of the '99 World Series.
I wonder if he'll get into Cooperstown.
The staggering thing, all with 1 pitch. That's the part I don't think people, you can hear it and say it, but I don't think people can grasp what that means. No one's ever done it before, other than knuckleballers. No one's ever done it.
A lot of closers come in with stomping and snorting and attitude, and he just
jogs
he's
in.
The most unassuming guy in the ballpark.
He jogs in, breaks your bat, and goes home.
Yeah.
With the save.
Did you talk to him much, Show, in games against him?
No, I talked to him a couple different times, just a couple times. And again, that was why the word genuine. He was everything you think he is. And everything I've heard from his teammates says the same thing.
Bouncer to third. And Reynolds retired. Back to second. It goes Nix, 1 down.
Now batting the catcher, number 19.
Sports Center follows the ball game tonight, which is almost tomorrow. Here on ESPN, currently airing on ESPN News. More from Fenway Park. The Dodgers lose a game today. The Phillies beat them 3-2 in a Sunday conversation with RG3. Here's Chris Stewart, 0 for 3 with a walk.
Another thing about Mariano, you know, to pitch all these years in this fishbowl that is New York, and have you ever heard one negative thing said or written about him on radio, newspaper, anywhere?
And to be a Yankee, the stature that he is, and to be liked to be universally respected and generally liked by visiting fans, by fans.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Players and everybody.
Yeah, that says something. When he's here for the last time, if he pitches in the game next month, in the last Sunday, they'll get up and give him a standing ovation here in this ball.
Absolutely. Listen, we got our rings.